Hi, Toxic Observer. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How was your weekend? Is it closed now? No, it's open. And welcome to the stream. Not that good? Oh. How come? Oh. I just found a sticker. It was attached to my tea. I don't know. Thing. Where store tea in. Turbo, I don't know. Weekends are just weekends. How do you mean that? I mean, weekends are like usually the thing like people look forward to, right? Like, oh, finally not work. Finally I can do all the things I wanted to do the entire week. But do you want to share how you feel in general as well? I don't have a life, nothing to look forward to. Do you have nothing you're excited about as well? Or is it more like you don't have like... So it's like something like money, for example, or time holding you back from having a life? Or would you have the time and money, but you just don't have anything where you feel excited towards or motivated to do or something like this? I'm excited to get a job. Oh, nice. Do you already have the like, are you applying for a job or do you already have like the yes and you're gonna start soon? It's kind of complex, but to put it simply, I've been isolated my whole life. Being isolated is hard. Okay, so you're still in the sort of like applying phase and hoping that... Oh, okay. I don't quite know what that specifically is. I don't know if this exists in the Netherlands even where I'm from. It's like dry hiring. No one's hiring? Ah, okay. I just thought it's like a hiring process where I don't know, like people don't really where you don't get a yes, but you have like to sort of show first that you're good or something like this. But yeah, it's definitely like a bit hard. Like I feel like there's a lot of job openings. But I don't know, like it's really hard to get them sort of. Like I feel like matching the expertise is hard right now. Like there's a lot of like really experienced people wanted and like job openings for like so for example, if you're like in software development for like the senior developers, but as sort of like a junior developer is like hard sort of. Except you just like want to like help out somewhere. Like I feel like at supermarkets and stuff like this there is still openings. But well, it's not really a job with like a lot of perspective, sadly. What type of job are you looking for? If you want to share, you of course like you don't need to share if you don't want to. And a night guard full-time job. Oh, all right. So like working in the night as well also, preferably? Because I feel like there's probably like a night guard is probably the same job as like the normal guards, right? But it's sort of like half of them are like working in the night. Or is it really like a different type of qualification? Anything will do at this point. Hmm, damn. It's like so weird because like from some businesses you sort of like hear, or from some places in society, I guess, and politicians, you hear like, oh, like we really need more people to work, like people aren't working, stuff like this, right? But then on the other hand, I hear like so many stories of people like really trying to find a job, but they can't. Where it's like, what is like actually going on? But is there like a job where you feel like, so you applied and you feel like it might be good and you might get it? Or is it still like really ambiguous if you're gonna find a job and which job it's gonna be and when you're gonna find it? It just sucks because thanks to my generation, everyone who is my age who also has no experience will be looked down upon because nowadays people my age are lazy. But if I was working, I'd be giving my 230%. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is really annoying. It's also such a false picture, right? It's just like an unfair stereotype, which is not really like true. Because I've seen like some, so I guess it also depends on the country, right? Um, but I've seen a graph where like for, I think it was, um, I think it was Netherlands or Germany, I'm not quite sure. Uh, where essentially like the like people not working is like still going down the number. So there's like more people working than before. And it's just like where do they get the impression that nobody wants to work? So yeah. In the US it's a total mess. I can imagine. Yeah. Well, the US is really complicated right now. How are you holding up with everything that's been going on in the US? Because I feel like even from like in like living like not living in the US but like living far far away, it's sort of like scary, like all of the news you hear. I don't read the news, it's honestly not bad, but the rule I have in my head is no matter where you go, everywhere is dangerous, or could be. Hmm. Well, I guess that's true. Like the chances of like being run over by a car are not that bad. So or too high. Especially I think the US actually. But yeah, I guess it's like maybe better to like not read the news. At the same time it's hard to like stay I don't know, like stay informed, right? Or like things you could do or stuff like this. But I also like for myself, I definitely notice that when I spend like less time on social media and like don't listen to the news and stuff like this, I just feel better because I feel like the picture which is being portrayed on the entire like globally is like really negative right now. Um and it's just yeah. At 17 and a cop and a major drug dealer across the street. Damn. Was it like an especially bad part of town or something? Or like this sounds so much, but to be fair, I don't even know if there like was anything sort of where I lived. Because in Germany they're like sex offenders, like there's no like public list or something. So no, it wasn't. That's a funnier thing. It was in Utah. Is like every place in Utah like this? Is like Utah known for that? Because that's crazy. No, okay, okay. That's good. So apparently there's better places. Hopefully at least. Mm, I want to sort of like come back to the Utah's full of judgmental morons who think they are better than the people who are broken. Hmm. Yeah, this sort of like weird necessity for authority and being better than others is really ingrained in our society. Like, I feel like also this wish that like people who are broken, for example, wouldn't like, I don't know, like shouldn't take part in our society anymore is like really, really short-sighted, I think. I feel like if you would were actually want to make like a really good society, we should actually look for the people falling through and sort of fix those gaps. And I feel like then we would actually do crime prevention because we would catch people before they turn criminals. Hi, Dranul. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? What I was about to say was, let's come back to sort of like the more direct theme, I guess, of the stream. And like, how is your mental health doing? And is there like anything specific you sort of like want to get out of this stream? Like anything specific we should talk about or find a solution to or just listen to so that we don't, I don't know, get like too off topic. I'm kind of just stuck in limbo. Hmm. It's like there's like things we can do though, even if our life is like really uncertain right now, which can sort of like help us stay more, I guess, in green, and feel better about life in general and more safe. My emotions are everywhere, but I try to stay in a good mood. Well, I don't know, like maybe sometimes it can really help to experience negative emotions to process them really. Because if we just like push them away, they sort of like because we don't handle them right. They just get like bigger and bigger and can influence us sort of like unexpectedly because they haven't been like dealt with right. So if then sort of like any type of topic comes up, they could just sort of like bubble up out of nowhere. But you definitely also like need energy to be able to process emotions. And you're fairly alright, Ranel? That's good. You had a rough last week. Is it okay for everybody to participate, or do you prefer one at a time, by the way? Don't mean to push myself in the spotlight. Um, I think it sort of like depends on the person taking part in it and sort of like how is like individual the conversation is, because sometimes we have like very general topics where like everybody sort of can take part in, and then it's just like more people talking about a topic and like sharing that experience, right? Versus when there's like a very specific request, it's sort of more goes into like two different topics if someone else would like start into the conversation as well. So I like to stay on like one topic, but if you feel like, oh, that's like specifically the topic you feel like connected to as well, or which is important to you as well, you can definitely also participate in that topic. But if you feel like, okay, this would sort of be like a new topic, I like to finish the first topic first and then go into the next one. Um, I guess the current topic is connected to, I guess, sort of surviving, right? Toxic observer. Sort of like being in a shitty situation with lots of things going on, trying to make the right choices, but it's just hard to sort of like find a solution. And there's already like it's already being worked towards a solution, but it's just also laying outside of your influence, and it's being sort of stuck in that situation of, yeah, already doing what's necessary to get out of it, but just having to wait and see if it's gonna work. Yeah. And I feel like actually it's a very known type of situation, right? Like maybe not to this extreme, but I feel like probably most people in life have had this type of situations at some point. And I guess depending on the situation specifically, it's like easier or harder to help yourself get through that situation and like make it as sufferable, I guess, as possible. Um, so for example, like if you're looking for a job, you might be low on finances, which with, well, with money, you can like make a lot of things easier and like take pressure off yourself. So for example, when we bought this apartment, we had to renovate it, and we had to renovate it in a month, and we had to also move in a month. And it was like not only like easy renovations, it was like taking out a wall, putting like in like entirely new floor, and like so many things. And my husband had to work the entire time, so I basically like had to like low-key renovate it myself. um and it's just something where you're like you can't do more. We were like financially at like the on a on a fine line. um and it was all of it was also like really sudden. So we were in that situation, and there was not really like something we could like necessarily change about the work we would have to put in. Like it was very sort of like obvious that we would need to work like every day on this the entire time, and it would be really, really exhausting, but we would just need to keep going. But what sort of made that situation bearable, I guess, or what was helping me sort of like get through it, is that of course it's like it was something like work which I'm motivated to do, right? Because it's like my apartment, I'm working towards something, on like making my life better, I guess. Um, and the second thing is that I looked for tiny, like sort of the tiniest things I can do to make it more fun. Um, which, for example, was just like grabbing the snacks I really like and not trying to be like healthy with snacking or whatever, but just being like, hey, I'm working the entire day. Like, I can essentially eat whatever the fuck I want because I'm burning like all of the calories. Um, and I'm not quite sure if that's actually like true anymore, with like new knowledge, but anyways, that was sort of like how I went through with it, and how I had like more energy for it, and like small things on that day where I looked forward to. And even if it was only like like a special snack I don't usually get myself, or just eating like sweets for like lunch or something. Like it wasn't like big things, but just things you like don't usually do because they're not like usually really like you can't do them on a daily basis. It's like definitely not really helpful, you know? Um but knowing that this is a limited time, um I just sort of did them, and that helped me have like good moments on that day, moments I look forward to. And I feel like moments like these can really make a time like this like way easier and way nicer. Yeah, it's definitely a really weird limbo of emotions. It's also just a limbo of emotions where you're exhausted the entire time. So it's like usually you maybe know that like suppressing your emotions isn't good, but you're in a state where you don't really have the time or space to really like go through these emotions. At least that's how you feel like. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I I feel like it's definitely like a valid concern, sort of. Um, so it's yeah, I guess just being stuck in a like a sort of shitty situation. Definitely, most people nowadays are mentally ill from childhood trauma. Parents who didn't care, parents who shouldn't have been parents. Mental illness is progressing to the point where no one knows how to cure it or treat it. I definitely agree that like a lot of people have childhood trauma. A lot of people just have like maybe not childhood trauma, but like I feel like everybody has like certain stories evolving around their childhood, which really shape how they behave nowadays. And I think we're as a society not fully aware of it, and I don't think most parents are aware of how they actually influence their children and like how deeply they influence their children. Um, and I think that definitely we sort of like should have more resources in the mental health space, and more people who can help, to get people out of this. Um, but I do think it's not that bleak. I do think we're getting better. Like we're certainly better than like a couple, I don't know, like 100 years ago or something, right? So like the overall general trend is going upward, even if maybe like these like last few years are not really that easy to, I don't know, focus on the upward trend. Um, and I think there's a lot of science actually how we can treat it and how we can help people. There is a lot of wrong science too, and there is a lot of individual. How you say this? Well, mental health is a problem. Like mental health is not a problem. Mental health is a topic where problems are really individual and the solutions are really individual as well. So only because we know that like this specific type of trauma therapy has helped people with that type of trauma, we don't necessarily know if it's going to help the next patient. And also therapists are people too, right? So it's you sort of need to find the right match with a therapist as well. And so I think it's definitely something where like you do want to get better and you do want like really good help and achieve like all the goals you had in mind. And I feel like nowadays maybe we're like sort of it's getting more common that people see their potential, which is good, right? Um but with that seeing that potential and feeling like you don't have the means to reach that potential can be really really frustrating. Hi G4s. Welcome, welcome. That makes sense. Being able to see the light in an emotional night is an ability that could benefit most of us. Feel though that these days social media is almost like light pollution overshadowing out the out. I'm gonna sneeze that at snooze that at not sneeze. Um, it's almost like light pollution overshadowing out the stars you would normally see, especially for young people. I definitely think that with social media, it's sort of hard to develop yourself, if that makes sense. Like I feel like social media can, if you use it like really young, it's just adding more voices, putting expectations on you. Um, at the same time, it's offering something good because through social media, we also have kids who actually realize that how their parents treat them is not right. The annoying part, though, just because we know doesn't mean that we know what to do. And the systems which are in place to sort of help us out of these situations are more often than not actually sort of existent, but we don't really know how to, I don't like how to find them, I guess, or how to access them. Where can you find good therapists? My last one yelled at me because I skipped school. Okay. Um, in which country do you live? Just for my own record, but that seems crazy. We don't assume anything. I live in Germany. Oh, yeah. The USA of Europe. That makes so much sense. Oh my god. What we're talking about, what are we talking about? We're talking about a lot of things actually. Um, I guess, yeah, the more general theme we're like now at is sort of like the feeling of being stuck and a not really good future perspective type situation. I'm telling you, Germany is really the USA of Europe. Like since I sort of like made that connection and like I said this first when I was like still studying and like when I said it I was like damn this hits different, and since then it's been a good part of my vocabulary. Social media was supposed to be an innocent light distraction, and now it's how people cope. Um, I don't think people coping has gotten worse though. Like I'm not entirely sure, of course, right? But I feel like some things where we feel it's getting just worse, it's actually just changing. Because if people are, for example, addicted to social media, and like are like, there's a lot of people like addicted to social media, and we like look at a graph of like, oh my god, like so many more people are addicted to social media. We don't like, only from that statistic, we don't really know if there's more addicts. Like it might just be that like former drug addicts, alcohol addicts, and porn, whatever type of, like that, those addicts switch to a different medium. So it's just like I do believe that because social media is so like so available, right? And we don't really teach many people about it. I do believe that addiction is sort of like rising through social media, because with drugs and alcohol and all of that stuff, we're sort of informed that it can like be addicting, and I feel like that makes people take more care maybe. Versus with social media, it's sort of like it's harder to avoid as well, because you're like, you sort of need your phone, and if you have your phone already, then like social media isn't far anymore. um, but it would be really nice to have statistics about this entire topic, I think. Yeah, I think we might cope differently, more outwardly, maybe. Yeah. So, but yeah, I think with being stuck, um and sort of, I feel like, especially when we talk not about being stuck necessarily only on your own, and being like stuck in a way where you really don't feel like you're on any path to get out of it. It's a little bit different from being stuck where you already know what, that like you do what you have to do to get out of it, but it takes time. Um, because I feel like the part where you feel stuck and you're actually in the moment still stuck, and there's also like you don't see a way out, um, it's more hopeless. It's more, it's more about this feeling of like not knowing where to go and not knowing what to do, not knowing if what you do is right or wrong, and benefiting you or making it even worse. Where I feel like if you're in a situation where you like, where you're like not necessarily stuck, but like waiting to be unstuck, because things just take time. Um, there's like a little more you can do, because there's like a light at the end of the tunnel. And I feel like concentrating on that light at the end of the tunnel, and sort of making your peace maybe with that you actually do enough already. And that it's fine to, even if you haven't gotten the result yet, that you like do how many, I don't know, applications, for example, for jobs per day, and then you take rest as well. Um, is I think something which can really help to just sort of be like, hey, I'm on the right way, and life is a journey, which is a sentence I hate. I absolutely hate. but or I hated way more back then. Um, but I think it can really help to sort of challenge that belief that you need to like meant sort of like and use coping mechanisms or like tiny goals to like help you in between tiny like good things which you wouldn't do on like a daily basis because it would make it worse sort of, but which is for this like very specific time, just making it better, which is for example just if you don't have fun on your like normal day because you're like so stuck in like applying for new jobs, applying for the next job, looking for the next job and this kind of stuff, maybe you can just make it a little bit more fun. And if that's eating something like sweet for breakfast, um that's okay because it's not like you're going to do this for like half a year, right? So I don't know. I feel like that can maybe help Toxic Observer. And Ranuel, thank you for the follow. Currently lying on bed. Don't have enough energy to live the day because of side effects of the antipsychotics. Oh. How is your. If you say you don't have enough energy to live the day, how is your. Like, what do you feel like doing? Because sometimes we only. Like, our bodily energy sort of is not matching our, like, the things we want to do in our head, which can be really frustrating. And sometimes our entire body, including our head, is just like, I can't be bothered with anything. And then we're actually sort of like, I guess, like fine, just laying in bed. I still at the gym. Good for you. I'm going to head out for today. I gotta do some Spanish for an upcoming exam, but I wish you all a great remaining talk. Also, sick D20 earring. Thank you. I actually just got a new. I was at like I was at this board game convention in Germany called Spiel, and yeah, I got those. But good for you. Learn some Spanish. I wish you good good luck. I hope it works. And yeah, come back later on first. Okay, I'm back apparently. Um, that was weird. Okay. Apparently, yeah. So I don't know why, but I was just reconnecting. Like my PC is entirely fine. I think just my internet went down for a second. Um, but the ad break is allegedly coming in right now. Although I know it's like wrong a lot of the time. I'm just like lying. So let me know if you have ads and if you're like when you come back. Well, if you have ads already, you didn't hear that. So also tell me if you don't have ads. What is this? Oh. Hmm. No way. Once in 5 minutes? Hmm. Actually, see, like the stream has disconnected twice. Hmm. I think it's my internet connection and not my PC. Because let me look at the task manager. Yeah, my PC is fine. I'm like at no, like not even close to being like tapped out or anything. So that's really odd. Hmm. Hmm. I think it must be my internet and not my PC. Because I don't have anything like crashing for the PC or anything. Also my Streamlabs is not crashing or anything. Um so it's really just the internet, I think. And I don't know, there's not really something I can do, I believe, sadly. Um like I guess I can like try to like, I don't know, plug in the cables a bit more or something. I'm gonna just do that real quick. All right. So I plugged the cables in a little bit more, and we hope that's gonna fix the issue. Because otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to do anything about it, I think. I fear. So that's that. How are you doing still, by the way? I don't really want to like annoy you at the gym. That's why I sort of like didn't say anything, but at the same time I figure like maybe we're like between sets or something and I actually wanted to talk, so I don't know, weird of me to not say anything. So yeah. But we hope the disconnecting issues stop now. Toxic Observer, are you still here, by the way? Because I was wondering about the answer to my question. But I can also repeat it. Okay. I guess he had to go. Or they had to go. And hi, Fluffy. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? So, yeah. Let's come back to the actual topic. We're so taken out of it by the like stream crashing issue. So I don't really know if you had everything I said. Um so I'm not really sure if I should just like repeat what I said. Um at the same time I'm like not yeah, it's like hard to tell like what you might have heard and whatnot. So let me just know if like something didn't make sense because of the stream crashing. Or like reloading or so. And other than that, I wanted to ask G-Force and L, do you know how long the side effects stay? Like, is it like a general thing you have on a daily basis? Because I don't have any like experience with antipsychotics, so I'm actually not really informed of how you like take them, if it's like a daily thing where you have like the side effects daily, or if it's more of like a, I don't know, once a month or whatever. So Fluffy, how you do? How was your weekend? Stressful? Oh, how come? Mm, 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 mm. I hope Toxic Observer didn't leave because they thought they just said something wrong or something. Yes, I have the side effects daily. But when I'm able to game or going to the community center, I'm happy even when it isn't much. I mean, that's already good. That's nice. When you said like it's like not forever and you believe in a better future, is there like is the treatment plan indicating that you like only take them for like a certain amount of time and then it's gonna get better and stuff like this? Or how does it work? But it's really rough that you have those side effects daily. Like I can only imagine it's like maybe like sort of similar to side effects of antidepressants. I was using like antidepressants for like half a year and it was so bad. I like at the moment I was able to like so I took them not because of depression but because of my chronic headaches. And with the chronic headaches, I we sort of like hoped because it's like a sort of proven that like antidepressants can help with that as well. So we tried the antidepressants and we started with like I think like 10 milligrams or something or micrograms. I don't know. Like it's really whatever, like 10 amount. And then we upped it to 20 and then to 40. And when it didn't help with 40 as well, I was able to say like, okay, I want to stop again because like we tried it, it doesn't work. Um, and I don't know, I just hated the whole thing. Like it took so much, it made everything so bleak, and I was tired and like low key, I got depression while taking them. Like so annoying. Like everything, I just felt like a really different person. There's actually a cure for schizophrenia? Nice. But it hasn't been adapted by Western countries. Oh, okay. I mean, is it an option to like if it's like a one-time thing, like is it an option to go to a center where they actually like do the treatment and like fly out and then like come back? Or is it like is it a medicine or is it like an actual um I don't like a physical sort of like treatment? We were partying. Saturday was a wasted day, and Sunday I had to do all the uni work. Now I have another week of fun and still assignments to finish. Oof. So, when do you plan on resting then, Fluffy? Or have you rested on Saturday enough that you feel re-energized to be able to go through the last week? But I guess if you still feel sort of like stressed, then, or well, you didn't necessarily say you still feel stressed. You said the weekend was stressful, so Saturday was survival. Oh, I thought like Saturday was a wasted day. Oh, so you, okay. So you just had like absolute hangover on Saturday. That's what you're trying to tell me. Sorry. I'm not in the alcohol culture anymore. I tried to minimize it, but somehow it got to it. I mean, as long as it was worth it, then whatever. I mean, there's so many things which are unhealthy, right? So I feel like as long as one doesn't regret it because like in the aftermath it like wasn't worth it at all or something. It's like it's fine. I mean, technically, I feel like really like restricting your life because it's not um healthy is a really interesting idea, I feel like, because there are some things which are like instantly unhealthy, right? But at the same time, I think it's there's like so many things we avoid and we don't do and we judge people for doing because they're unhealthy, but they the effects of that like unhealthiness only like I don't know hit when you're like 80 or something. Where I'm like glad that we like believe in a future, but at the same time like there's people of us who don't like who won't get 80. Like we don't know if we're gonna get 80. So like if it's like that much fun to you or whatever, um I don't know. I feel like it's a valid decision of people to be like I'm gonna have fun now instead of maybe having less suffering later, sort of. I know this is like a controversial opinion, but I don't know. I just feel like everybody should live their own life, and there's a lot of logic behind different points. The cure is called open dialogue. People get treated at their own home, and most of them don't get medicines. After that, no relapse, and people can work. This contrary with the Western world, where people have to use antipsychotics and get disabled because of that. Oh, okay. I mean, open dialogue just seems like is there like something special about that, or is it like really what the word implies? Like that it's basically like therapy at home, where you just like openly talk about everything. Let me quickly look up which the DSM-5 classification for schizophrenia is. Schizophrenia is defined as a psychotic disorder lasting at least 6 months, including 1 month of active phase symptoms such as delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech, disorganized or catatonic behavior, or negative symptoms. Hmm. So, is it when you say like people get treated at their own home, does it mean they don't like they're like they are allowed to like go out of home as well, right? Or is it like one of those things where for the time being, like while the therapy is going on, like because they're not on medication, they should stay like home at home only? It was for socializing and got bonus points for my mate I was partying with. But I just dislike other people more. Oh. Is it because of the colors? And sort of the colors being like overwhelming and then you feeling sort of like more like irritated? I don't know that, but they don't get treated in clinics. Hmm. I definitely think it's like really nice to be treated at home because like if this takes like longer, right? Like I don't know, I feel like clinics like there's some clinics, some which are really nice. There is some clinics though which really have like horror stories. And then there's some clinics which are just sort of like eh. Or it's like if you stay there for long it also sucks. So I feel like being treated at home is definitely really nice. How does the open dialogue work specifically? Like, do you know? Like, how is it handling the schizophrenia? Like, what is the theory of like how it works, sort of? Like, is it sort of because you like talk to that person about like in like sort of with all those delusions and like hallucinations, like and share all of that, that you're sort of able to like to treat like the root cause of it better, maybe because you get like a better picture. At least that would be a thing like I could imagine, but I'm like not like definitely for like please forgive me if I say something wrong. I'm just sort of guessing here to I don't know. Because I can imagine it's like sort of like hard to explain, so I don't want to leave the entire work to you, I guess. But um yeah, I can also just like look it up after stream if it's too exhausting right now. I get that. My colors get stronger with alcohol, but it's not that I don't be able to enjoy the rainbow vision, but the people there were meh. Uh, okay. Hmm. You do you. But yeah, so no rest so far, Fluffy. Is that right? Because you didn't rest on Saturday, you worked like on the university stuff on Sunday. Now you have a lot of work in front of you. So how does that go? Do you feel it's like you're like exhausted and stuff like this. There's actually a documentary about open dialogue. I can put it link in your Discord. That would be amazing. Yeah, do that. I always have a lot of work ahead of me. Well, I think that's with most people, right? Because we all sort of like work towards something. And there's like always more you can do, right? Um, I feel like that's like really why it's so important to like find a balance. Because you could always do more. It was a wasted day. I had imagined it differently. Okay. Well, sad. Maybe next weekend you can have the weekend you prefer. But yeah. It's like to the topic of like you can always do more. Actually, this is like something I really like I always have to hold myself back, sort of. So we've been like a Thursday evening, right? We started to Germany to then go to this convention, board game convention on Friday and Saturday, and then on Sunday we came back. And already Sunday morning, I sort of noticed how it's just been a lot because I told you guys last week, right? That I'm like still like sort of like a little bit exhausted from the past week because I did too much and like couldn't fully recover. And with this now, there was a lot going on, and not only that, but also the like, uh, yeah, I had like some family issues coming up again with my mum. And it was sort of like weighing on me as well. So on Sunday morning, before we left, actually, I was like, or was it like Saturday evening, actually? I think it was Saturday evening. Um, I was like, on Sunday when we come back, I'm not gonna do anything. Like, I'm just gonna chill. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna chill my life, lay on a couch, watch something, just cuddle up in a blanket. That's what I'm gonna do. And the thing is, like, while we were like doing that, then on Sunday, like Zach was already like, oh, but like maybe I'm gonna play some music, make some music. And then like later on, I was like, at that point where he said like, oh, I'm gonna like do some music though as well, maybe. I was like, no, like please, let's like chill. Like we did so much, and like we were like so exhausted last week, and I really want to like get down to zero. Like we need to chill. Um, and he was like, "Oh, but I want to play music." And then sort of like we talked about it a bit more, and then was also like, "Okay, fair, makes sense." And then like once we were chilling, like after like a couple hours, I was the one who was like, actually maybe I can work on making like uh a new Twitch banner or like new emote or stuff like that. So and then Zach was like, Leah, like what are you doing? Um put a word in chat so I can whisper. Yes. Uh oh wait, in Twitch. I think my whispers are not working. Like I think I have a setting where they don't work. Um but you can put the link in chat, and I just I'm gonna send it to myself in Discord. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna just send it in general. I'm gonna send it in mental health. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, we got that. That's good. So, um, yeah, but I'm really glad we just like didn't do anything. And like today morning, well, we were still like watching series. But today morning I then just did like a whole like just listening to music like quietly and just being with my thought, sort of. Um, yeah, I got it. I sent it in Discord in the mental health channel. Um, and that also really helped. So now I really feel, I don't know, I feel good. I definitely want to still like through the weeks now. I want to get back into reading again because I have putting off reading for 2 weeks now. And I notice it. I definitely do. So I wanna go back to reading. Um and start a new crochet thing because I'm oh, okay. Oh no, the sun. Yeah. It's overheating. I'm like putting down the how's it called? The like lights, sun. Um, I have no idea. Oh, it's still so warm. Nah, it's not curtains. um, it's these lamel things. I need to order like some type of like cooling for my camera. I'm just gonna wait like a second and then I'm gonna turn it back on. It should be fine then, I think. Um, so where were we actually? Slated curtain then? But isn't a curtain a thing which goes like from left to right or from right to left and not from like the like top to bottom? It's like there's so one word 50 meanings. All right. Hmm. Oh, Jesus Christ. So camera cooling is apparently like I don't know, like a harder situation. Hmm. Well, I'm gonna find that out sometime else. Okay. And we are back. We're back. So let's hope this is like helping the camera now. Like, let's hope it was like enough, sort of like a cool down period that the camera is now like good to go again for longer than like 5 minutes. I think it should work. Like, I genuinely like, I think it should work. It should be good. I hope. Not entirely sure. But yeah, I'm back. So, um, and next weekend you're working, but aren't you like working like in the week now already? Is that like for university, Fluffy? Hmm. You said like next weekend you're working, but you also said that like now, like through the week, you have like a lot to do and have to work a lot. So like, are you just working like 7 days, or are you working for like university like through the week now and then like actually working on the weekend? Next 3 days and 2 weeks. Oh my god, Fluffy. That sounds like really healthy. So what's the plan there? Like how? It seems like a lot, no? Like this seems stressful. I try to go back to my family for these days, hopefully, and have some project to finish. For the 3 days, or these days, like the next couple days. For the 3 days. So also planning to work, essentially. Well, you do you. Like everything is work now. Mm, I don't think so. Like, I don't know, like reading is not really work. I feel like everything is work if you do too much. Like that's like work is something I define with like where it's like it's exhausting, you know? Um so I feel like I don't know, like reading can be fun, and if you have to do it like and get it done on like a time limit or something, for example, then it's work. Um or like crocheting can be fun, but if you like force yourself to it because you, I don't know, like you said you would do something, but you don't feel like doing it and stuff like this, then it's work. Like, I feel like that's sort of how I see work. How about you? Hi Pyro, welcome, welcome. How you doing? But if I do something, I do it to improve so it gets easier. So I break the skill down and work on smaller parts of it. I mean, that's not really. Do we disagree on anything here already? Because I feel like that's like different things, no? You made me realize work isn't as well defined as I thought it was. Yeah. So how do you define work, Pyro? You're doing great. Good to hear. Um, I think I'm doing well as well. I'm something you do for the results of it. Yeah, exactly. But I feel like something you do for the results of it, where you don't take much joy in the progress of it. So as long as I read because it's like fun, it's like I enjoy the process, right? Like I don't think too much about finishing the book. I just read the book, you know? But if I feel about like finishing the book and do to finish the book, yeah, then it's work. So, yeah. I think that's sort of like similar to what I mean, yeah. Mm, I don't think your joy matters for it. If your job is something you really love, does it suddenly not become work anymore? Um, well, I feel like walk and walk is like different things in that moment because there's like work, the word we use for like, oh, I go to work, and like, oh, I'm home from work, darling. Sort of like where you just describe your occupation. Um, and then there's like something which is work in like more not just meaning your occupation, but like that it requires work, that it is work. So it's less of a title and more of the meaning of the word. Um, and I feel like work, the like title, like your occupation, um, if it's something you really love, is like it doesn't feel like work most of the time, probably. And then there's some times where, like, even though it is something you love, you just like need to get it done because you're like on a time limit and like stuff like this. And then, yeah, you just do it for the result of it, and then it is work. And I feel like with most jobs we do, doing them like 40 hours a week and being forced to sort of like make profit of that, it's definitely like any type of work you do. And it doesn't really matter if you, for example, are a person who's like doing these earrings, which seems like a fun hobby, right? Um, and that's why you can like any hobby people also do as work. But if you do it as work because you have to make profit from it and because you have to like do your taxes around it and all of this stuff, there's a lot of things which are work. So, yeah. Activity involving mental or physical effort done in order to achieve a purpose or result. He was tied after a day's work to a task or tasks to be undertaken. They made sure the work was progressing smoothly. Yeah. So I think the work where we actually mean the word of it is are like these two definitions. But I feel like if we talk of work, we also just like use the word as occupation a lot. Of like, I'm going to work, and then work is a place. and it's like where you work. It's not really. It's not necessarily meaning that you do anything there. Oh. But yeah. I feel like that's why it's important that we don't make everything work. And that's why we can get like burnout from hobbies as well if we make them work instead of doing them for fun. Hello, Grumpy Palace. Cat. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? What is that icon? Duolingo bird? Oh my god. At least the Duolingo bird is happy. My Duolingo bird is not happy. I don't even know if I still have Duolingo on my phone. Let me check. No, it's not downloaded anymore. On the iPad, it looks really angry at me. It's for people who speak more than 5 languages. Is it? It doesn't say that, sadly. It just says, like, sub to a streamer and got 3 months of free Super Duolingo. Which languages do you speak, though? You're close to 5 languages, Pyro? Which 5 languages? What languages do I speak? Yes. Yes, exactly. So English for one, and the second one? Okay, so Pyro. I only speak 4. Dutch, French, English, and German. Although my German is started and I dislike French. I mean, I guess, is Belgian and Dutch actually a different language? I speak English, American, Australian, Canadian. Some little German, a few Japanese languages, and a little bit of Arabic. Few Japanese words. Oh, okay. I was about to say, like, they have different languages? What? All right, I see, I see. What little German do you speak? I'm interested. Let me think about what languages I speak. So, well, German and English, pretty well. Dutch, sort of like, is like okay-ish, but I'm like slow and make mistakes. But I usually know how to bring like some type of point across. And yeah, then like some words of some languages. Mm, yeah, and that's it because I learned Latin. Only hallo, ich bin Mekala. Mekala? Dankeschön. Wie geht's? Ich bin gut. It's all the German I know. Nice. I don't even know what that is. Well, we mostly use Algemeen Nederlands, which I believe is also the thing you all use in the Netherlands. But there are some small things different. The most known being the Belgian friet compared to Dutch patat. What? But like friet are like fries, right? Like friet? Like what is friets? Like they don't call fries patat, do they? Like do the Dutch call fries patat? No way. Really? Maybe that's just people at the border or something. Like I never heard patat for the word like for fries. I only heard friet. That's it. What is that? I need to use like Google Translate now to like translate the thing in the Japanese thing in like English. What? A sphere that unfolds infinite nonsense. What? Huh? That's so weird. Yeah, a sphere that unfolds infinite nonsense. Okay. Eternal discussion about patat and basket patat. I literally never heard patat. Oh my god. So am I speaking Belgian then? If I say friet. I really like your wings, friend. Thank you, friend. Nobody gets a Gojo reference? Nope. I didn't watch that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just literally like Google translated it, Pyro. Don't. Do you prefer liquid or point pen? This one. Is that a point pen? Or like, what is this one? I have no idea. Oh, my eyeliner? Wait, there's different names. Okay, wait. Um, Let me quickly look up if point pen is the thing. I mean, yeah, I use point pen. Liquid pen shows the same. Ah, here it shows different. Okay. Yeah, no, I use point pen. But yeah. So that's the one I use. um yeah. I tried the liquid one because apparently the liquid one has like so like a friend of mine who does like a really thick eyeliner. Um she uses the liquid one. Because she says like if she's using the point pen, like it's gonna go empty like so quick. But I got a liquid one and I tried it and it's just like I don't know. It doesn't yeah, I don't know, just it doesn't really work. And I think the point pen I have is also waterproof. Um or at least there is a waterproof version, which I know. I don't know if I have the waterproof version actually. I just know that it's like I can't just use water. I really need to like use like makeup remover. So I don't need eyeliner. My eyes already have lines. I actually seen tutorials on like how to make eyeliner for like this like the like Asian eye with like the yeah, I don't know the English words for it, like where it's like your eyelid looks different and like works different. Um so yeah. And it's definitely like it's so different. Like some of them actually like do like really thick eyeliner, basically like the whole eyelid. And that's the the thing, sort of. Tape method is usually the easiest for people who usually struggle with eyeliners or cat eyes. Isn't that like this like tiny like sticky thing you can do to like sort of like change your like drooping eyelids? Or is that something different? Pre-made rulers? Oh, those things. I actually never use that. Like, I don't know. My eyes are also like different, so I don't know if that would even work actually. Yeah. But I've actually like I've seen those rulers before, but yeah, I never used them. I just don't really trust that they're gonna work. I'm gonna continue setting up some things for my stream because like my screens are just plain text. Oh, do so. Can be really fun. There's a lot of websites where you can like get free stickers and stuff like this with like Creative Commons license or like just a license where you can do whatever with it. So just know. Thank you for the follow, Grumpy Palace Cat. There was a 13 questions episode where people claimed that would be racist. That what would be racist? The eyeliner ruler? Or my internet just died. I don't know what I have missed. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the follow. I think that's what you missed. Welcome, pandas. Doing your eyeliner way that your eyes look more like those of someone from Asia. Ah, I've seen that discussion. Yeah. I've got to go. Maybe I'll be back later. Alright, see you later, GeForce. Thank you for stopping by. And good luck I hope you're gonna find some energy. Mm, but I saw someone with an Iron League badge. Yep. That's my that's my how's it called? Jesus Christ. The cheers badges are the league ranks. Yeah. Will there be gaming today? No, I don't think so. We're like on the days where we do the mental health check-in, I don't think I'm gonna do gaming at all actually. So yeah. I feel like there is like a lot of things where discussions start around if it's like racist or not. I feel like at the sort of like at the core of these discussions is just, I think, the fact that people have to suffer under racism. And it's like it's really helpful if you can sort of like differentiate racists from non-racists, right? And I don't know, I just feel like because racism is not really talked about enough, sort of, and not really like entirely like it's not unpacked in like broad society yet. And because I don't think it's necessarily like an issue that we think stuff is cool, right? From other countries and stuff like this, but I do think it turns to an issue when we're like showcasing how uninformed we handle other cultures. So I feel like why then just anybody who's taking like part in any of this is sort of, yeah. Ads? Ah, yikes. Grumpy Palace Cat. Lovely, I'm late at work. Good luck, Fluffy. I'm gonna use this chance to also do healthy stuff. So, see you in a second. So, I'm back. The sun is shiny, that looks warm and nice. It would be. But we are in the Netherlands, so it's cold. Even though the sun is shining. We're here, grey clouds and cold winds. Oh. Being late at work only means you're working less. No, it means I have to stay longer. Sad. What do you do for work, if you don't mind me asking? Knife with a tomato? Oh no, it's not a tomato, it's an apple. Yeah, it's an apple. Work as a social worker. See, apple. Not that, like, just, you know, if you don't believe me. I'm still banned from Netherlands till December. Hmm? What do you mean banned from the Netherlands? I was deported for drug charges. All right. Were they true? Hmm. Max wanted to try different stuff, so we went to a dealer. Oh. I got set up, so no. I mean, there's still drugs which are illegal, to be fair. So. Well, if they wanted to try different drugs, not weed, right, guys, then, like, the coffee shops don't have that. But, yeah. But I feel like technically, like, it's like ethically weird that people who come here though get deported on criminal charges, I think. Because first of all, that sort of gives more power to police than they sort of should have. And at the same time, it's like we believe in re-socialization, right? Like that's our like sort of like that is technically the essence, like should be from the idea what we portray that our crime system is based upon, and with jail and everything, like it's like we still sort of like try to maintain the idea that we believe in socialization. And if that is like really true for like police officers and stuff, like that's a different topic, right? But like from the idea, we have a system which is built towards resocialization and not a system which is built towards being like, well, bye, sort of. And that's like one of the reasons why we don't have like the that you like can be killed for crimes, right? And stuff like this. So I think it's really odd that in the same breath, though, we're like, with people who come here, when they do anything, we deport them, which sometimes is sort of like putting them in a war zone, right? So, I don't know. It's like, it feels odd, I think. I let her go, but now because I'm a foreigner, I need to face the charges. What's them? Yeah, sort of exactly that, because that's the bias the police person has in that moment. Because if the police person themselves is, for example, like anti-immigrants and stuff like this, they know that if they would let you go, you would stay in that country, and they know that if they don't let you go, you're gonna get deported. Which is giving them way more power than they should have. Like, they should make the decision based on like what they saw, like what the situation is, and then not be the person sort of like implying consequences. That was last Christmas. I was literally visiting my girlfriend for the holidays. Oh, so you were visiting and then it was like, bye, like now you're banned from the Netherlands? So, like, you weren't even like living here, but now you're just banned? Comparing apples with pears right now, Craig? How? A cat doesn't need to say where they live, right? Guys, like, I feel like your question has been heard. People avoid it if they don't want to answer. Yeah. It's always like nice to know, but if people don't want to say, people don't want to say. Doesn't matter your curiosity, you're not entitled to that information. Mm. Well, I mean, in the beginning, I didn't know he like I didn't know it's like being like called deported if you came here for pleasure, by the way. Like I didn't even know that was a thing. Um like I thought we only used like terms like deportation if we're talking about like a refugee. So I was just sort of like assuming that it's like a refugee type situation. Um I do still think that like if someone has like their living place at like their home, right, then it's weird to put them in prison here. If that would be a thing. Um but it's still like also I don't know, like banning someone from entering the country is also a little much, no? Because I thought you just like, you like put the charges on, but then they go back home and like face the consequences there. Um, hmm. I don't know. I think if consequences are like, there's different types of consequences for different types of crime, right? I feel like there's a difference between murdering someone here and being caught trying to buy drugs. Um and I don't know, just like I think there of course like should be consequences, but I also like the consequences of course should be sort of like settled in their home country. Um that it's that like sort of like maybe it goes to like court here. Um because there's like different laws and stuff, right? So I think it should still, I guess, go to court here. But there's like this is the situation where like I don't know, countries usually sort of like talk to each other and like figure something out. Who's like dealing with that necessarily? Um, but then they like face the consequences in their home country. So I don't necessarily know why there needs to be a ban put on top of this. No, because then they face the same consequences as anybody who who lives here would face the consequences, which is what we want, right? All right, bye, Fluffy. See ya. And I feel like, for example, like in that situation, like it seems like I don't know, like there were like the girl was let go, like Grumpy got like the consequences, and maybe like had consequences in his like home country or not. If there was like no actually like sort of like law type consequences from this, except they're like banned from the country, it like seems weird to me because apparently it's not a problem for society then. Um, because like usually there's consequences to sort of like bring someone back in society, right? And sort of like socialize them again. Yeah. I think it's still sort of weird though. Because like I don't know, it's just now Grumpy can't visit his girlfriend anymore. Pandas, let's take a step back, okay? I don't want to have any, you know, well, like now ex, but like it could have been the case, right? That it's like still the girlfriend of someone. I don't know. I think we need to see the context of people. Um, there's always context to any type of situation. and just making a judgment based on the results is, I don't know, can be wrong a lot of times. And it's not really helping anyways. Um, so, like, especially if the context is that, for example, like the ex just like got away like with no charges, but Grumpy Palace Cat got charges, then it's already a context where I wonder if the charges were actually like, I don't know, valid. Because apparently they weren't important enough for anybody to get charges, but only for Grumpy Palace Cat to get charges. Which is already sort of like questioning the whole thing. And I don't know. I think we do need to recognize that in that situation, the possibility is that Grumpy Palace Cat, like that the charges weren't valid, and that like the girlfriend got away because the charges were like so minor and like not really important, right? Um, and that this police officer knew what would like happen and knew that it would mean that he's like banned from all Schengen countries for like a year. But like, yeah, I don't know. There's just like there's many options to this situation on the table. And we haven't been there and we don't know. And I don't think we should judge people here in this stream. Um like I don't know. It's like I feel like it's different when there's like a whole case around this. Um where it's like where like a jury has gone through like a lot of evidence and all of that type of stuff, and there's been like super many people involved who sort of like checked the outcome of this. um and I guess it like always of course also depends on like what the risk is of like believing someone or not believing someone. But right now with Grumpy here in chat, we can just believe him. Like there's no cost to it. Like we don't need to decide whether we now like I don't know, like step into a car with him or not. It's not like somebody's telling us like, "Oh, yeah, I've been like charged for murder, but like I didn't do it." And like now we have to decide if we're going to have him as like a taxi driver or something. Like there's no like in that situation there's like a cost to maybe being too positive or like naive. But in this situation, there's no cost. Like it's just expecting the best of people and hoping they don't disappoint you. And I feel like we deserve to to be seen in a positive light. And I hope that everybody here in stream as well is also trying to give me the benefit of the doubt. Like when I say something like weird, that they don't expect like, oh, like she's so, I don't know, like stupid, whatever. But that you would like ask again to sort of like clarify or something. And so yeah. I wouldn't trust me with driving. That's a big off example. Bad driver. I hate driving. Got many blind spots. That's fine. I mean, in many countries, you don't need to drive, right? Or be able to drive a car. And driving a car is also like not that easy. Like, that's why people learn it for like hours and hours. And I feel like there's still like, even like after you've succeeded with your driving license, there's still a lot to learn. Nice, Pyro. And I feel like if we always sort of like expect the worst in a situation, or like prepare for the worst in a situation, we actually influence the people around us. Like, I don't know, when we approach people. Love the passenger princess experience. Nice. Same here. You do that yourself though? What do you mean? You expect that the officer, although I don't think that this was up to the officer, but rather to the prosecutor, decided the way they did because of personal bias. No, I didn't decide that. I just say it's an option. Because there is racism in this world. And there are these situations. What I pointed out was that I don't. So, what we started with, right, was that I don't like the sort of like ethical situation in that point, because I think it's. Yeah, I don't know, it's a bit problematic. And. Well, I think expect is very definitive. Because even when Grumpy Palace got, like, if the charges were right, and that's why I also ask if the charges were right or not. The way that he's like deported and now banned seems to me, I don't know, much. It seems to me like extra punishment which only happens because he's not living in that country, in this country. Where I think, like, I don't know, like, to me that's like a bit like ethically ambiguous and doesn't really make too much sense, because I feel like in front of the law, like, everybody should be the same. And I don't think that just because people don't live in the Netherlands should be treated harsher than Dutch people. Like, because it doesn't have to do with where you live, right? It just has to do that we want society to work in a specific way. We want people to feel safe and all of that stuff. And so if a person is doing something wrong, sort of, we want to like re-socialize them towards society and like fitting in the picture we sort of like. And we have measures for that, which are the consequences we sort of like give out via law. And I don't think the consequences being different whether a person like lives in a country or doesn't live in a country make a lot of sense. And they are. And then we went to that I compare apples with pears. And that it's different if it's like a refugee versus like a person who comes here for pleasure, where I still don't really know why that would be the case, because I think in front of law we should all be the same. And and that's sort of like where I explained that like I don't know, like that the consequences should be the same, and there's like already consequences, sort of. So we don't need like extra consequences because someone doesn't live in the country. Where you are very much pro for these extra consequences. And you're just like, well, you deserve them, where I don't think that's true. Because while we don't know if that situation was like rightfully handled, we do know that there's a bias in that situation, which I pointed out. Because when we have the situation that somebody who's not living here is being deported when they are, like, if they get like any type of charges, we give more power to the police officer in that moment, where the police officer shouldn't decide if a person stays in the country or not, but here they sort of like indirectly can, which is not their job, and which is making especially like racist bias more harmful in that moment. Because not only do they determine if they get charges or not, but they also all of a sudden have the power to actually deport someone or not. So, yeah, it's not about the situation being rightfully handled or not. So like I'm not trying to convince you here or anything. I'm trying to sort of explain how you misinterpreted what I'm saying. Because I never said that I expect the officer to have this handled wrong. I never said that I think the charges against Grumpy Palace Cat were like illegal or just like taken out of like air. I'm just pointing out there's a bias we have which is turning more harmful in that moment. And that I don't agree with him being deported for these charges. Even if the policeman is right, even if the whole, like, if he did that, I don't agree with the consequences of that. And I think the consequences are ethically ambiguous. So I hope you understand how you misinterpret what I'm saying. I think it's sort of like sad that we can't really talk about this. But yeah. I think it's good that we sort of like stop a discussion when people don't feel like ready to have them and don't have the energy or whatever to have them. Because yeah, otherwise discussions just sort of like explode or get worse. But it's just sort of hard to be in that situation because I just think you misinterpreted what I was saying. So I don't like it didn't feel like there was like any type of like convincing or like we don't get together here because I'm not really like discussing the opinion and whether that opinion makes sense or not, but I'm just sort of like depicting my own uh, opinion on that. But yeah. Yeah, I definitely think so. But I think it's sad if you don't uh like it's a harder situation if you don't agree on what you disagree. You know? Because it's like Böse is like basically now saying like we don't get together here and like I just don't agree with you. Where I'm like I'm not disagreeing with you here. I said something different. So that's like for me sort of like a hard type situation because the discussion being settled like well you just disagree with me is not my interpretation of the situation. So that's like how these situations are sometimes like hard because I feel like having different opinions is like is entirely valid. Like there's no point to it. I just think it's sad if you can't like if there is no space to understand the opinion of the other person. And this happens to me quite a lot because my opinion is usually really complicated. Um, yeah, but I guess that's just sort of the curse of my life. So I'm used to it. But I definitely agree with you that there is in that situation you can't be sure. Um, and it's just a harder situation for you. Because like now that girl is your ex, right? But like if she wasn't your ex, then you would like for a year not be able to visit her anymore. Even though if the charges which were charged were apparently like being like easily being settled by some fines. So like there's like nothing which is like there's no bill left to be paid, you know? Like you did something wrong, you paid the fines and that's it. But then just sort of like on top of that for no reason you're also being banned from the country. And that's just something I don't like. I think it's sort of like I think it's harmful to our society actually. Um because I feel like it makes a double standard. And it gives a thing in our society where we do have an issue, because we do have an issue in the Netherlands with like, and not only in the Netherlands, I think globally, with like police people being like biased and like being racist or sexist. Like that's a thing which can happen. And we can argue like how common or uncommon that is. But there's a reason why we have a separation between the legislative, I don't know if that's the word in English for it, and the executive sort of areas, right, in our government. And I think in that specific case, there's no separation anymore, because that police officer is aware of the implications on him charging you. And even if it's a charge where you can like pay the fines and all of that, you will still get consequences which other people wouldn't. And you can't make up for those. And I think that's just something where it's like we have this risk in our society that this is being abused or can be abused. And it's only a minority of society where this can be abused upon. So, yeah. Hi, Ghost Floof. How you doing? Welcome. No, I appreciate you pointing out hypocrisy, but I don't think it applies because that's not what I've been saying. That's why I'm trying to like explain what I meant, because you got it wrong. So I don't think you understand my opinion. Because like I said, like I don't like my argument is not based upon the officer doing a poor job or deciding wrong or something. Oh no. Yes, I'm string with 6K bitrate. Ah, yikes. Is it not getting better if you like turn down the quality, Ghost Floof? Is that not a thing? Or otherwise, see you later again. I hope it's gonna get better, the internet. So, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. I'm also not sure I really want to talk more about it. Um, because I feel like it essentially it just all started with um me pointing out that I don't want us to be making judgments here about other people. Um, Also because there's like no point to it, right? And I I appreciate your concern for the hypocrisy, but what you said is not applying to me, and I explained why. Um, so I'm like not entirely sure what we more get out of this conversation. Um, and it's also not the point this stream evolves around. So even though I sort of like do want like I do feel like I want to talk about this to sort of like set the record straight and like sort of like make you like understand what I meant. Um and what I like specifically was talking about. Um which is like also nothing really you have to like answer to too much because it's not something you can like it's not really something which is being able to be proved wrong. Um because it's just like clarifying what I meant. So like there's no real like yeah. Um so I think this is only like putting us like more off track from the stream, I think. Or like I don't know, like or do you guys do you think it would be like worth it talking about it? Because I also like don't really know what to say anymore about this. So I don't really know what the like the only point I would talk about this is only to like we don't even disagree, that's the point. We don't get to the point of disagreeing. Like there's no discussion about a topic. There is a discussion of how to interpret my opinion where which is not a discussion. This is why like I don't really like the only like point of talking about this more would be to explain what I was saying in different words so that we both know what I'm talking about, sort of. So I don't know. Like that's at least sort of like my perspective to this situation right now. So I don't really know what like I agree that like what Panda said, what he thinks I think would be hypocrisy. But that's not what I was saying. So that's why I'm not hypercritical. So it's yeah. I don't know. I guess that's like I think maybe that can help. Like I agree that if I would expect the officer to do something wrong and would be like, oh, like this is like the charges against like Grumpy Palace, like definitely only based on racism, that would be hypocrisy if I then tell you that we can't like judge others if we don't know the context. But that's not what I was saying. So yeah. So don't really know what other questions there are, sort of. Why ibuprofen? Are you all uncomfortable with discussions, by the way? Because like I do get that this conflict is like that it is a conflict. But like how do we all feel? I just was following the entire time and that's kind of confusing now, but all good. Yeah. It's also confusing to me. Like it is a confusing situation to be fair. Like I mean that's the whole thing of this conflict, right? Like Böse Pandas doesn't understand my opinion and I don't know how he doesn't understand my opinion and like how I can like explain it in a different way so he does know what I mean. So shit, I'm sorry. How she knows what I mean. So that's sort of the conversation. But like I definitely realize how like I'm getting more stressful. And like more stressed because this for me is like low key like a trigger situation. And you're confused and that's why you're gonna get headache or like is that a thing? There's just too many words. Okay. Okay, so then it's not really because of me. Well, it is, but like that's just sort of like the stream, I guess. But yeah. Why do you think you're doing so much better than you used to? I mean, maybe that's something we can talk about, you know? Like, maybe something can profit from your wisdom. Like, which specific problems did you fix how? Like, I don't know, like, did you, for example, like, feel a bit depressed and, like, now you made a habit out of going to the gym or something? And that's, like, how you fixed it. Is there something like this? Hmm. Kind of scared a little bit that because the last time I, what's the word for that in English? Uh, like the last time uh, like I just when I was like explaining the situation right, I out of mistake misgendered pandas, and I'm just sort of a little bit worried that I did that before as well, but didn't catch it because I'm really sorry about that. It's just, I guess, if I'm like more stressed in a situation, it's like mistakes like these can happen more easily, right? So I hope I hope this was like the only time and I instantly caught it, sort of. Honestly, I have no idea what happened. I just started doing better and now I'm just happy overall. No worries. All right. Like, just let me know. Just be like, because it's honestly, it's the only thing which is a little bit sad is that I'm really bad with names, right? In general. And this sort of also like goes to like everything like related to the person. And because I'm really bad with names, I'm not like it's not easy for me to like change them. Um and when I've gotten to know someone like one way and then change it, it's definitely like it takes time to like where I like actively change to then like get it more and more automatically. But whenever I'm like in a stress situation, it sort of feels like I'm going back to like back a state. And then it's just, I don't know, like I sort of like, even though like usually it's like already like halfway like automatic, it's like in those moments then it's, yeah, I don't know. It just feels like I take a step back and then it can like happen to me again, even though it usually never happened anymore and stuff like this. So that's always a bit like frustrating, but because it's like not something you want to bring into the conversation in these moments, like that's not the point of that conversation. But it's just like that you get like a little more stupid if you're stressed, I guess. You don't even know what happened, Pyro? It definitely does help that I get to do a lot of things I really love doing. Volleyball season's active and I'm not injured this time. I get to spend a bunch of time with my friends. About that, I have a much better time in social situations now, having good friends around me daily. I also went bowling recently. Nice. You didn't talk about the bowling, but I mean, if it's just bowling, that's like nice. School's also not wearing me down anymore. I can just go to school without actually hating every second of it. Oh, I mean, that's good. Might be mostly because of my new class. Ever since I had to redo my year, there are actually fun people unlike my previous class. Oh, that's nice. I mean, do you like? I do think it's like because of like certain aspects, right? Like we change something about our life and then our life changes. Um, so like, has this sort of like progress been going on like since you redid your class? And hi, Stilt. Welcome, welcome. Also, I wanted to ask if we should actually maybe get into how um because the discussion or conflict, whatever you want to call it, um was to me like I noticed how it like raised my stress level and how it made me like a how it triggered me like a tiny bit. And I wondered if we like if I should sort of like get into this um and sort of like that we like talk about how I noticed this, how I tried to calm me down, and how because like this has like Loki, this has been a success. Like it was still like a tiny bit shitty, um, but it's like I've had worse. Like I had situations where like halfway got like panic attacks on stream because of situations like these. So like this is already like so much better than the point I was at. Um so I don't know, I just felt like would anybody be interested in that, I guess? And well, I'm trying to, but I think I still need to learn a lot to really really help others. Also about like just this whole also like the stream format in general on like how to handle these talks a bit better. How to make them like a little bit more solution oriented, I think. Because I feel like sometimes we just babble and then I don't know, then the person has to go again and it didn't like really well, I guess they've been listened to, but apart from that there's like no I don't know, there's like nothing else, you know. Welcome back, Grumpy. True solutions are what matter in the end. Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. I feel like sometimes we just get into babbling and then there is like no actionable change you can use afterwards. They're holding you hostage at work? How? What's going on? Well, in the very beginning, I was obviously kind of down. Not too surprised since I had to redo a year. I only knew one person in my class that I was just not the best for someone with bad social skills. They were nice or welcoming, and I just started getting along with them before I realized. And one person I knew is now in a different school, though, so that's kind of annoying. Ah, interested in what? Interested with just the conversation about like trigger topics, I guess. You know, at least you're trying, though, which is admirable. Thank you. I don't. I feel like, on one hand, I'm like, of course, thank you so much for the compliment. Um, on the other hand, it sort of reminds me of how in our society we sometimes like treat some jobs less admirable than others. Um, and usually it's like, usually we low key just connect it to money, right? So this is already like out of the box, right? Because it's connected to, I guess, like social value or whatever. Um, but I really feel like it's, I don't know, we had this topic like recently. That's why it like sort of reminds me of this. And because with a friend, and I just think it's like low key a bit sad that we pull people away from doing what they love as a job, which for some people, for example, is like becoming a hairstylist. For some people, it's maybe just like watching kids, you know, for their parents and stuff like this. There's like so many jobs which like where you are in the lower brackets of like earnings, but which are so like a necessary part of society. And I just feel like, I don't know, I think it's so sad that there's so much connotation around which job you pick. Because I feel like, I don't know. Like imagine someone who like always had fun like styling hair and then becomes like a hairdresser. And maybe they become the best hairdresser in the entire town because it's genuinely fun for them, right? And that's why they like still like even after they work, they also do it in their free time and they always try to get better at it because they like their work. Versus if we just have people who like didn't find something better in these jobs, which are sort of like faced with this like societal connotation as well. It's, I don't know, I think it's like hard to really love your job and enjoy your job. And I think if you don't love and enjoy your job, you also have like less motivation to like get better at it. And I don't know. I just feel like if we wouldn't have to sort of like decide what living style we want to have by picking the jobs with the like money which aligns with that, we could have like way more people would actually pick the jobs they love, and I think would be way better at the jobs and would be way happier doing these jobs as well. And I don't know, that just makes me like a little bit sad. I sounded a robot, so I ran away, but they caught me. My dream job is to be a mattress tester. I heard that one before. It would honestly, it would low key be like horrible for me because you would need to actually be able to like tell how good or bad you slept on a mattress. Um, after like as little amount of time as possible, which is seems like something I'm really bad at. Everyone should follow their passion if circumstances allow for it. Surviving is important, but yeah, money shouldn't be the deciding factor. There's a good chance you'll also earn more money following your passion. But some also say don't make your passion your profession, otherwise you would start to hate it. Yeah, I think our work environment is a little bit toxic, but I think like rather do something you love and then at some moments be pissed off about it because like the 40th hour of doing it this week is like pissing you off, but at least the like first 39 don't piss you off, you know? Whereas if you do something you like don't like, then the entire 40 hours gonna piss you off. Um so yeah, I don't know. My dream job is being a pro player. Sadly, you need to be on pro levels for that. Yeah. I mean, maybe you could be a coach or something. Like, there's a lot of coaches who are like not personally like amazing at the game, but like just really amazing in like strategy and like people management and stuff like this. Like there's a lot of jobs around becoming a pro player, which might be like really fun as well. Also, just like finding out what about being a pro player would be your dream job. Like, what is it specifically where you're like, yes, that I love that. And then maybe you're gonna find like a really nice job too, which also like sort of is based on the same aspect. My passion is to not worry about anything and sleep 20 hours a day. Why would you want to sleep 20 hours a day? Baby, like, you don't even live if you sleep 20 hours a day. You're just gonna sleep your entire life. No, we don't want that. We want a life where we feel excited to wake up for. Okay? I come into the category where I don't know what I will love realistically. I don't know myself well enough, which is sad. I think that's happening to a lot of young people with so many distractions. We don't take the time to get to know ourselves. Yeah, I think it's hard to get to know yourself. Definitely. Like with all the distractions, can be really confusing. Also, there's like so many options nowadays, right? So I don't know. There's just a lot of different jobs. But yeah, I feel like the jobs where we might be really like following your passion nowadays is sadly privilege, I think. If you're in the category of people who just need a job and who don't like and who need to be able to like provide for their family, maybe like a kid and stuff like this, you know? I think a lot of jobs just don't earn enough or are too hard to get and need too much preparation to get. Right. So playing on stage and having the people shout my name as I clutch to win world finals. You can't tell me that sounds bad. I mean, that sounds like a really, really optimistic view of the job, though. And that sounds also like the smallest part of the job. No? Like, being a pro player is playing the same game, if you hate it or love it, for hours and hours on end. It's trying out all the new strategies in the test mode for hours, right when like nobody else did them, and like finding new strategies and being the like first person to add up those numbers to find that new build which like is not bad, and being like putting so much work in that you can compete with all of those other pro players who put in so much work as well. And it probably means not really playing with your friends anymore, but only playing with your pro player mates. It means being in a really competitive environment while at the same time needing to stay calm and relaxed and not tilting. It's being in the last match of World's Finals, having misplayed entirely, not feeling like yourself, not feeling like you're really good right now, and having the pressure of needing to win this now and not let your team down. It means probably also having a really hard time to balance out physical health, mental health, and getting better. Because if you want to be the like one of the best in something, you basically you don't eat, don't sleep, don't do anything else than that. Like it usually takes an unhealthy amount of work to do that and to achieve that. It means pushing yourself to the limits, which is not healthy long term. It also means marketing. It means a lot of marketing yourself to other teams, to coaches, to fans, all of that. It means having a lot of expectations around you on how you should present yourself online, which friends you should have and which you don't, what you should tell others and what you don't, how you should play, what you should wear, how you should look, that your best plays are gonna be teared down by fans. So it's a lot of other things as well. I hope you know that. Like, well, first get the skill, then worry about marketing. I think marketing comes in way earlier than you think. I feel like it's like there's so many really good people. Like there's oh, where is it? Okay, the postal service is gonna come. Um, like there's so many like really good players, right? Like on this like list of like people who are like the best in Valorant, there's a lot of players, and I think a lot of them are actually not pro players. So I don't know. I think maybe like the best pipeline to becoming a pro player is really like getting like to an okay amount of like being good and then joining some like team and just like playing that in your free time and taking it like really seriously. And then if you have that team, you get coaching, all of this. I don't know. I think honestly, if you're platinum already, I feel like I would join some Valorant team. Like if your goal is really to become a pro player, I think I would join some Valorant team. Um because there you have coaching, you have matches the entire time versus people, versus other teams, and I think like team playing is definitely something different than like single player, right? So it's yeah, I think like joining some team, getting that coaching, playing with that team, like proving that you're a good teammate, proving that you can deliver under pressure. Um, and well, time to find some random team, IG. Yeah, like it's not that hard, I think actually. But I would maybe not make a team yourself, but I would join a team. I would join an org and one of their like youth teams. Like usually any type of organization has like youth teams. Okay. All right. Postal service arrived. Ooh. I'm really high level in Rocket League. I can go pro, but it's not worth it. Why is it not worth it to you, Stealth? That would interest me because pirates are really positive about it, right? So what are the things where you feel like, nah? Imagine I could sign up for you, Fnatic. Well, the bigger orgas definitely have like more people want to join, right? But I think honestly, like a friend of mine joined, like two friends of mine actually, are playing League of Legends and they joined some youth teams in League of Legends, like in some like esports organizations which also have League of Legends teams. And one of them already sort of like switched to a new team, and in that new team now like leveled up to like another team even, which is like one category higher than before. And they have like, he has like, I think like every week he has some hours with the coach. And every week they're playing as a team versus other teams and like scrimming. And then they have their tournaments as well, right? And it's all like rather low level, but like I think that's sort of like how you improve, because the coach you have is already like really good and can like make that process like faster and faster, right? And like your aim is not to be like a pro with like 35, right? But you're sort of like on a timer. So I I feel like, yeah, like, I don't know, like, look up what type of organizations. It's like maybe easier if you look up for your country specifically, what type of organizations there are which have Valorant teams, and then try to get into those Valorant teams and apply for those. And just apply to all of them and then see what fits and where you get invited sort of for like a play or whatever, and just start from that point on. So, and then you already get a taste, sort of what like being a pro player might take or might feel like and stuff like this. And, but like, yeah, definitely like start going into that direction, I think. Because sadly, like pro player, like that's one of those jobs where there is sort of like a time limit on it. Um, and it's not as strict as we thought, because like for example people like I don't know, like Faker in League of Legends also are still like within the teams, right? And are still playing, even though like on average like he's already like an old pro player. But yeah, so definitely do so, like try to find a team, Pyro. I created this persona where I control what info that people know about me, or say if I want to correct people or not. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, right? That's just, I think that's like really regular, like online life type type things, no? Like, I mean, I technically, like, I also control which information, like, people know about me and which information they don't. Um, just in terms of, like, online safety. Or, like, I try to. So, I think that's something really normal, actually. No? And you work as an engineer and you're almost homeless? That sounds hard. Especially, like, as an engineer, like, one would imagine that you're gonna, like, find jobs in that area. But it's like, it's hard, no? Tyson Fox, thank you for the follow and welcome. How you doing? I'm working in my field for more than 6 years now. Oh, I'm working in my field for years now. It's more overrated than you expected. Hmm. But especially if you work in your field for 6 years now, like that means you're not like a junior engineer anymore, no? So you're more of like a senior engineer. If that's like, I don't even like, I don't necessarily know if these terms exist in engineering. I just know that's how we describe like software developers. Like there's like junior and like senior sort of. So that's correct, yeah. Damn. And it's still hard to like find a job or like find a good job. I never knew how to say hi for the first time without sounding like a bot, but hi. Hi. I think, like that's something a bot would say, but I believe you. No, but I think it's like a. It's really cute that you share that. um, I don't think I would have expected you to be a bot. To be fair, I think I would have believed you. But I like it if you add a little bit more personality to saying hi. So, how are you doing and how was your weekend? Welcome to the stream and to the chat. Actually, by the way, Grumpy Palace, I just remembered something. I actually saw like a. I saw some job offer the other day. I don't have it on my phone. No. Mm. um, but maybe I can still find it. But I saw a job offer which was like really funny actually. Um, which was the entire text was just like, yeah, like we're like a good company and like we really love like good people and like we don't have like specific like job openings right now, but like just apply for a job and we're gonna like if we like you as a person, we're gonna find like a place for you. And apparently they make like sort of like fun toys. I don't mean fun in terms of like rawr, fun, okay? I mean fun in terms of like useless, funny, ha ha ha, toys or gifts of like, I don't know, for example, like a dehydrated can of water. And it's just an empty can because it's dehydrated. So, yeah. Actually, I do great stick to a lot that I would love to show you for the small price of your soul. We actually we have a self-promotion channel in our Discord. So if you just like, like put your out there and like I don't know, like people gonna look at it and if people like it, they're gonna text you. So I've worked since I was 17. My CV is longer than I am. Damn. No, I don't have an artistic bone in my body. What? Wait, what? But I thought you do like stick to the lords. Wait. If I ever start offering out for real, I got hacked. Oh man, I already was excited. To be fair, I'm also like a tiny bit relieved because sometimes it's like this really weird situation where like a small artist like joins the stream and they only like at the beginning they do like normal small talk and like they seem like a regular normal chatter, but then all of a sudden they only try to sell you stuff anymore. And I don't mind if you like also sell stuff, but it feels like if they then like switch like 180 degrees like only to trying to sell stuff, it's like, man, I thought you liked me and now you don't Man, it's like really sad. So yeah. That's like, I think that's like really, I don't know, like I would never buy art from such a person because I'm like, you hurt my feelings. Get off my lawn. Gotta respect the soul obtaining hustle. Yeah. I mean, Demon World has to make a living somehow, right? Grumpy Palace. If you are interested in that like job offer, I can try to find it. Um, but yeah. But I'm just gonna like it's gonna take a bit. So like, just if you were interested, because otherwise I'm not gonna put the effort in. Hello, kids of my art. We only speak English or German in this chat. Usually only English. So it's the same with people who start self-promoting their streams all of a sudden. It's so weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a bit odd. But I feel like sometimes it's also just people who don't really know how to connect and socialize well with other streamers, I think. But yeah, that's just, I guess. You like never know what like really their intentions are, but what you do find out pretty quick as if the vibe is right or if it isn't. So exactly like my mind. So okay, let me put it on my to-do list. Thank you, Katsume Art. We were actually just talking about the suspicious behavior sometimes of artists in other people's streams to like promote their art. Um, just know, Katsume, that you don't need to small talk first to promote your art. We have like a Discord channel for promoting your art. Just if that's what you're trying to do. Otherwise, I gladly take the compliment. But don't hurt my feelings after we just brought this topic up because Oh, okay. Yeah, English is hard, no? But training is making it easier and easier. I've been contacted many times by many artists. Yeah, I think it's hard as an artist right now, no? Like with AI and stuff. It's just, I don't know. And also like with living costs getting like higher and higher. It's just people don't have as much money anymore for art, I think. And artists also need to take more money, right? Because otherwise they can't make a living. So they only ask when I'm no longer in need of art. No. Yeah. That's why I actually started to make this like self-promotion channel in my Discord because I thought like, you know what? Like sometimes you do need art. And I feel like it's like I can understand that you need like clients, you know, and that it's hard to find clients. So I think like, you know, just like put your art in there, like say how they can contact you, and then like people can like scroll through the chat and like try to find you and like find yeah, an artist for their for like what they want, you know? So, I don't know. I got all the art I need. I see a true Picasso every time I look in a mirror. I love that. I'm also really bad at makeup. Like, oh my god. You There's people doing art on their face. I'm not one of those people. I'm I'm already struggling with like how you say that? Like um contour. Like my contour is taking like some like a little bit like browner powder, doing like duh duh duh, cluck cluck, and then being like 1, 2, that's it. That's it. That's my makeup. And then I have some like sort of like color correction stick that I put below my eyes to like cover my like circles, and that's that. And then sometimes I put some like my color of like skin colored powder and like put it a bit like all over my face if I don't want to get oily. And yeah, that's it, sort of. Like and then I do the eyeliner. And that's like a new thing I started doing. So like, you know, like that's my full face makeup right there. Done in like 10 minutes or less. If I'm in stress, I can do it in like 4 minutes. Thank you for your follow. You're from Ukraine? Oh, how's life right now? Like the news we hear are ever changing, to say the least. So, how is life? I'm also very bad at makeup. I'm 30 and then eyeliner is the only thing I'm good at. I mean, that's the most necessary thing, you know? Like you gotta give yourself credit for like things that deserve credit, you know? The eyeliner is on point, gotta admit. Thank you. I do have to say though that like that's also because I learned that nobody's looking at you that close like you look yourself in the mirror. You see what I mean? It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be interpretable as perfect. That's perfect. The sun is like really shining right now. It's like so annoying here. But like with our point pen. I mean, now that I know that we don't talk about this, I that was so funny. Liquid or point pen, and I was like, wait, this? I don't know, like whatever this is. I was like, this is a random question. Like nobody before asked me what type of like pen I'm like making notes. Like this is just a regular pen. What do you want from me? It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be well. But if you want it to be perfect, it needs to be ish perfect, you know? Needs to be close enough. But yeah. So like my perfectionism is not happy with it. It is. My perfectionism definitely needs it to be interpretable as perfect. But if we're at that point, I'm good. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. You are correct. You need to start somewhere. I feel like I started though with removing it 10 times, giving up, trying the next day again. So it's like it doesn't need to stay there, you know, till it's at an acceptable point. Like I do believe that if you like you should go out of the house in a way where you feel comfortable. And if you try doing an eyeliner and you don't like it, just remove it. Don't force yourself to go outside with an eyeliner you don't like you think looks shitty because it's going to influence your confidence. So I'm perfect. The makeup looks like crap, so people don't feel so intimidated by my otherwise perfect presence. That's really nice of you. I feel like we should have more altruistic people in our society. You're right. But let's come back to the stream topic. Is there anything specific we want to talk about? No problem, darling. It's raining outside. Today is a really weird day. It like rained and stormed so heavily in the morning, and then it was sunshine. Now it's raining again, but the sun is like low-key still shining. The other arson. Arson. Well, I mean, how is there something we could talk about where we would feel like it's gonna improve our lives? For example, like how to make better boundaries or how to, I don't know, find a better work-life balance or like a concern anybody has to get out, like being worried for the future, being worried for the world, sort of. It's really raining now. Like seriously, coming down in buckets, as a German way of saying would portray it. It's not raining at your place? What the hell? To be fair, I don't think it's raining in the distance. But it's really raining at my place. Like, a lot. We can also talk about family. I can also start with doing like a more detailed mental health check and then afterwards you guys start. How does that sound? Any of that sound enticing? Or like it would help or would be good? Okay. I'm on the edge of my seat. Like more than half of the takes on relationships you find on the internet are shit. So, let's see. Like relationships and friendships, that's already making the my interpretation like it's gonna that's already like a good sign, I think. Oh, it's fine. I'm glad you got home. Best advice I would give is when you leave workspace, just forget what work is. Mm, hmm. I mean, does that work always, though? Like, I feel like not bringing your work at home is definitely like something which is like an advice which is like often given, right? Like we heard that one before. And I don't think it's like necessarily bad or anything. I just feel like with advice like this, it's, or I guess with like a lot of advice we give, it always really matters on the context. So I feel like sometimes we give advice and the person wants to like 100% implement it instantly. And then it's like not learning to sort of like let go of what's going on at work and like what's going wrong there and then like come back to it. Like they're not able to like table that concern and then come back to it once they are at work again. But instead they like suppress these feelings and suppress these concerns about work. Um and I think that is then a really well complicated situation, which is not too good. A dating coach. Amazing. While I'm searching, I just want to point out something from dating coach who said that if you go in to kiss a girl and she says no, you should interpret it as not now, but definitely try again later. Okay, so why are you pointing that out though? Like what? Like, do you believe in that? Like, is that something where you think like, yep? Is that like, well, why are we bringing that up? So you absolutely don't believe in that? So again, why are we bringing that up though? It was from a creator mocking everything that dating coach says, but he only has shit takes. Uh. Oh no. Like I'm really like let's focus on like the things which have like a reason to bring up. Because if we are going to bring up every stupid thing people say on the internet, oh lord, we gonna be busy. We're not gonna be able to talk about non-stupid things anymore. Like Because like there's so much problematic about this, but I feel like, you know, if everybody here in chat knows that this is problematic and not the thing to do, then there's like no point in talking about it. And it's only sort of like infuriating. Um because I feel like some people actually like, I don't know, if like a young boy or something is like coming into the chat and like, hey, like this dating coach said this and that, like I think this is right, or like, is that right, or whatever, you know, like, then there's a reason to talk about this, because this, like, talking about this has a value still. But I feel like if we bring something up that we don't believe in and we don't believe the other person believes in, then it's like a, like, yeah, this is shit. Okay, like, next. I don't know. Like, there's no really, like, no real point in talking about it, because we agree already before something was said. So but I really like, I definitely agree that acrylics work wonder if you have tiny hands. Also, if you don't have tiny hands, I think like long fingernails are hot. Unpractical, but hot. I like them myself as well a lot. Really unpractical though. But really hot. At the same time, hella expensive right now though. Like in the Netherlands, so freaking expensive. I never get acrylics done. Instead, I always put on like fake nails. And I don't have any on right now because I didn't get to it. But yeah. But I don't really have many long ones because I was like only wearing short ones so I can game. But now that I don't really game anymore, I could wear long ones. Which is a plus, which is an actual argument for not gaming anymore. Hi Naradim, by the way. So sorry. I wanted to say hi like before all of this, actually. But then I thought like I'm just gonna quickly answer to this and then say hi. And then I don't know, it went like one thing to the next. That is why a lot of these dating coaches belong in prison. Yeah. I don't know, they just like they I feel like dating coaches low key. Why are you called dating coach? Like, you're coaching people how to date. I would go to a marriage coach. Like, how to find a wife, how to have a happy life, how to have happy children, how to be 30 years together and be happy and love each other. That's the coach I would go to because that is hard. Right? So marriage counseling, essentially, like that's the coach. But I would like, coach is something you go to like sort of like preventatively, right? Well, I guess not those people, but like that's something where I feel like, okay, there's value in this. But like dating coach, how to have many dates which are apparently so unfulfilling that you don't want to marry anybody of those, but you just like you're just in for like sex and stuff. Like that's what we want. Like, is that like, who has time for this? Really? Like, who has time and energy to get to know new people the entire time? Go on like singular dates with them, explain them the whole thing, like what you like about sex and what you don't like about sex and what you like about dates and all of that stuff. You know, like go through all that trouble and then just find the next person. Huh? Like, this is not really efficient. This is really inefficient, actually. It's really stupid as well. Like, it's just like the entire concept is built on unfulfilling relationships with all the people you meet. It's like I can have unfulfilling relationships without coaching, actually. You don't need to coach me to have unfulfilling relationships. I think that's like, you know, like that's easy. Okay, so there's multiple takes regarding relationships from this account. I'll just start with the first one, but let me reword so I can see what they talk about first. Okay. For the longest time, I had short nails for gay reasons. Yep. But ever since I tried longer nails, the possibilities are endless. Really? Like, that works. They say gay women have the highest divorce rate. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean they're the unhappiest, though, right? Like, a high divorce rate can have many different reasons. And I think, especially for gay women, one of the reasons is that nobody feels oppressed in the relationship, potentially. Like, there's still, like, women who are married to men who don't feel like they can divorce. You know, there's, like, a lot of religious beliefs around not being able to divorce. So, like, we don't really, like, just because the divorce rate is highest in gay women doesn't mean that it's bad. Maybe it means that people leave each other before they kill each other. Maybe it means that people leave each other before they abuse each other. You know, like, it could have good reasons. I'm not saying it has, but it could have. So we don't know. Doesn't need to be a bad thing. Hi, Raven. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? So, Pyro, what is the, like, video you wanted to talk about? Like, what is the topic of the video you wanted to talk about? Or, like, the thing the dating coach was saying? I mean, could also be that the statistic can't really measured against a hetero marriage because gay marriage is lower in numbers because it is new, which automatically bumps the number if they get a divorce. That's also a thing, definitely. So there's many reasons why this doesn't necessarily mean anything bad. I've had a partner move in with me after first dates. Well, the U-hauling could also be a reason, actually. Like, I think it's like low key. A lot of the times, I think it's romantic and so cute, right? But the U-Haul stereotype could also be a reason why divorce is more likely. If you see it from the, like, direction of like they don't, like, know each other in, like, all places of life yet, and, like, instantly commit 100%. Because usually, like, I mean, marrying has, like, tax advantages, right? And I think if you are gay, you're more likely to not believe in, oh, divorce is, like, so bad, right? Because you're more likely to not be religious, I think, or, like, not religious to the point where, like, you, like, wouldn't divorce even if it's necessary. So it can be that those people commit earlier for marriage because they're like, hey, let's get the tax advantages, actually. And then, like, there's not, you know, like, you don't think about it as like, oh, there's only, like, one person in my entire life who I can get married to, and if I choose the wrong person, I'm gonna be abused till I'm dead. But it's more of the, like, hey, I really feel this right now, let's go with it, and we can always opt out at any point, right? So, yeah. But yeah, I don't necessarily think it's bad or anything. Like, just because divorce rates are high doesn't mean it's bad. Also, like, the U-hauling, like, doesn't need to be bad, right? Like, it necessarily just means that you, like, do what you really feel like in that moment, which is more like a good thing, though. Like, you can always, like, move out. Like, that's fine. Like, I didn't hear too many people regretting the U-hauling, and that's why I think it's also, like, sort of like a thing which keeps going now. So, the take of this, like, dating coach is apparently you should treat your friends more like your lovers and your lovers more like your men. Okay, what is, like, are we talking from a clarify her take with her own? Okay. She's a she. So you should treat your friends more like your lovers and your lovers more like your men. Okay, to clarify her tag with her own words, she could go up to a stranger, say, let's get married, and then within a very short period of time, that person is the most important person in your life, taxes and shit. But then what about all your friends that have been there for you for years? They just kind of get abandoned whilst they've been so important for possibly an incredibly long time. Wait, no, this isn't dating coach anymore. It's a guy interviewing random strangers. Wait. So when have we changed topic here? Like your friends. I can't type. Wait, okay. You should treat your friends more like... Wait, what? You should treat your... So you mean you should treat your friends more like your lovers and your lovers more like your friends? Is that correct? We're gonna get to the bottom of this. It's fine, guys. Never meow alone. That's cute. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I hope you don't have ads right now. Otherwise, you don't hear me. So let me know if you do hear me right now. Because if you have ads, you don't hear this. I think they're saying, but put more value in long-lasting relationships, not necessarily your romantic relationship. Not too easy if you haven't seen the video. No, I do understand. I think you should treat your friends more like your lovers and your lovers more like your friends. It's like not really like that, like telling too much, right? But if she clarifies like what she's saying is essentially what I... Let me... So, because I also have a TikTok account, actually, you know, and I actually also have like really nice posts on my TikTok account sometimes. And one of those posts is actually 10 things I learned from 10 years of relationship. And let me find the thing. Point 6, social isolation is bad. I'm just gonna like read it. I know I did it too, but listen, okay? Even if it's not toxic, even if it's not leading to you losing friends or whatever, your partner should be your best friend. Yes, but not your only friend. And if you still have more friends, that's great, but always make sure you have friends with which you can talk about anything in your relationship and more, because a social circle is basically the thing for your survival. If you lose people which could fill the spot of your partner, you are dependent, which doesn't need to be instantly like bad if you have a good relationship, but it's just better to not put all your eggs in one basket. Accidents happen, people die, and well, relationships break apart sometimes. And honestly, you don't need to have your relationship go up in flames. It could be the most sensitive breakup or a switch to long distance or only a big topic coming up like kid or something, and then it's really nice to have friends to talk to. Just more support. So please don't isolate yourself in your relationship. Don't neglect your friends and family. So this is like sort of like the same topic from like a few different, like I guess like a little bit different approaches. Like the dating coach or like the person talking about like relationships, she's essentially like more going from that direction of like don't neglect your friends, because it's like, I don't know, it's like not a good way to do it, like not nice to do it or whatever. And it's more pointing out the thing that like people do it and like your friends have like a lot of value, and people like neglect their friends once they start into a relationship. So my point is more coming from the side of it's actually not serving you. Like, just, yeah, neglecting your friends is not serving you, and it's making you low-key dependent. Because your friend's gonna pull back as well, right? Like, it makes a lot of sense. Like, you spend less time with them, you're not a good friend anymore, and then they're not gonna, like, try to be a really good friend to you if that's not being valued. So that's sort of what we need to be aware of in a moment like this, even though we in the like beginning of a relationship, like everything can feel like really intense. It can feel really good to be like finally seen by a person and all of this. Um, but it's it's really important to stay being a good friend, because otherwise you're going to lose friends, or friendships are just going to slowly deteriorate, which is going to make them friendships where you can't like talk about like really hard things anymore. It can lead to resentment building up, and that resentment oftentimes is actually not pointed towards you, even you deserve it because you made that decision, but that resentment is going to be oftentimes actually pointed towards your partner, which is going to make it even harder to then stay in contact with family or friends. And I think this is a very common experience actually. And I think it's very important to not neglect our friends and sort of like integrate our partner in our friend circle, instead of doing this like separation act of like doing something with your partner, doing something with your friends. And I don't know, like I see this a lot of time actually with guys, that they don't want to join the friend circle of their girl. But I think it's genuinely low-key stupid, because it's like if you reject the friends of your girlfriend, they're gonna reject you. That's like, I don't know, it's a really basic sort of thing. Like they just mirror your behavior. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot in that moment. It's also a big part of your girlfriend's life. So if you actually want to get to know your girlfriend, get to know their friends, get to know that dynamic between those friends and stuff like this. Like this is how you actually get to know the person, because they're going to be different to you in the beginning, but as time moves on, it's like if you have like a successful relationship where you have like years and years and years of relationship, that glow at the beginning is going to fade at some point, and going to become more like a best friend. So if you watch them with their friends, their best friends, you know what is ahead, sort of. I don't know if it's a take though, since it's does love make you lonely? No, it's not. Love is not making you lonely. No, 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 no. That's like anger is making you a bad person. It's like there's how you say that, correlation and what is the other word? Correlation and causation. It's like we see the correlation in society, but it's not causation. It's not caused by each other. It just goes with each other hand in hand quite often. Um, exactly. Like love only makes you lonely when you give up everything else for it. Like finding a relationship is only going to make you lonely if you neglect all of your friends because of it. But it's something you decide, and not something that having a relationship, like it's not a deterministic thing. Like this doesn't have to be a consequence of finding a relationship. But you choose that it is the consequence of finding the relationship if you choose to neglect them. Yeah. And thank you for the follow, Raven. Thank you. By the way, never meow alone. You said you had to switch accounts, so who are you now? Are you familiar with the term luminance? That glowing blindness when infatuating paints flaws in gold. What? Glowing blindness when infatuating paints flaws in gold? Ah, yeah. Wait, that's the Asian thing, right? I don't know which culture it is specifically, but it's the thing of like you drop a vase and then like you fill the gaps with gold, right? Isn't that like, is that what you mean? Or the first thing he says to explain is the following. I used to think there was one person who could complete me, but the truth is, the more you seek perfection, the more you push away real connections. um, hmm. I'm sort of puzzled how this is combined with perfection. Because I feel like I used to think there was one person who could complete me. Um, is I don't know. I don't feel like it's necessarily aimed at perfection. I feel like it's more aimed at I don't need to fix my problems, but someone else will. Which we like low-key learn in society. Um, and that's how you then like push away real connection, because real connection is independent and you choose the other person. You're not like, you don't need them to fix you. Because otherwise your relationship is not like a equal partnership, but your relationship is mommy and kid, or like therapist and client, and like sort of like not equal. Also, are you familiar with another term that might explain it better? That is called aesthetic pain, the strange ache that comes when beauty feels too much to bear. She's so stunning, your heart stirs like it might break. Your breath falters and time slows. It's not sadness, but awe. So deep it aches, a mix of love, wonder, and longing. Psychologists link it to limerence and awe, when beauty overwhelms reason and a body reacts as if struck by light itself. It's so beautiful! It's so beautifully written! Did you write it? Is it a poem? I think the correct term is aesthetic awe, or painful beauty per se. It's grumpy. Ah, okay, welcome. It's definitely really. I don't. I'm not entirely. Like, I'm not entirely sure if I get it. Um. I'm gonna like describe a situation where I feel like feeling this. Like, sometimes something is so beautiful that in that moment I sort of like, I notice how perfect, how beautiful it is, and I know that it's a fleeting moment which will be gone soon. And because it's that beautiful, I'm sort of like already grieving that it can't be there forever. It's too bright. Really is. Thank you. I actually sort of like reading something like this. That one person is about the partner, and he says the more you actually seek for that one person that will complete you, the more you kind of push away the people that were already there. Mm. Hmm. I guess. I guess I sort of see it from the perspective of like, or like how I think it makes like a lot of sense is if that means, and I'm not sure if he means that, but the only thing I can relate this to would be that you expect so much of a relationship, of a good partner that you you can't, like, a best friend or a normal partner, a normal friend can't fulfill that picture, because you look for that like Instagram like prince, princess, whatever, um where like everything feels like super intense, like the love feels super intense, like in movies and stuff like this, where it's written, where like it feels like your heart stops in that moment. And when you then look at the people around you and you don't have that feeling of your heart stopping and like these like insane butterflies, and you like I don't know, stuttering because you're so in awe or whatever, and like that you don't feel this, it can feel like, oh, these people are like not enough and I need to find somebody else. Even though with like social media and media in general, we sometimes just give like really unrealistic expectations. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't feel like um, awe towards your partner or whatever, and then like relationships with your partner are supposed to be like, I don't know, they're just like normal person. There's definitely like a special thing to your partner, but I feel like the way we describe it and the way we look for guidance and the way we sort of like adjust to outward expectations instead of trying to find our own needs is making it really hard to find a person which fills our needs and is fulfilling these expectations. I don't think it's necessarily impossible, because who knows, right? Like, I can't say something is impossible, but it's definitely something where it's a lot of expectations on the table, and you don't really look for a real person, but you are looking for a movie star. Like, you're looking for like a scripted person, like a scripted life, and not for a real life. Because in real life, we don't have a happy end which lasts for 50 years, but we always have some downs and some ups, and then we have a fight, and then we have like coming together again. Like, it's emotions fluctuate, that's the way of life, and we're not going to avoid negative emotions. And it's a concept that we really like struggle to understand and get used to, I feel like, because we also see this a lot with people who have been traumatized or who have gone through depression and stuff like this, or who've been hurt and have trust issues, that I don't want to ever feel like this again. And they don't want to ever have these negative emotions again. And kind of like their goal is not to be alive, but to be happy the entire time, which is not life and unrealistic. And because they're looking for this, they like always see any type of negative emotion as something bad, as a sign that they didn't achieve it yet, while it's their standard is just too high and unrealistic. I kind of agree, because if you're doing nothing but searching for love, you kind of stop thinking outside those terms of love. I just feel like if you look for a partner desperately, you're desperate, which puts you in a really shitty biased position to find the right partner. Because if you're desperate, you're more likely to just take any partner. Also, you give the responsibility of feeling fulfilled, because there's a reason why you're desperate, to somebody else, which puts basically like how good your life is in somebody else's hands. Somebody else's you don't even know. So that's sort of the problematic thing about this, I think. It is that flutter in your chest when she laughs, that mix of warmth and ache. It is called aesthetic pain. It happens when something is so beautiful it feels unreal. Your heart stumbles between joy and aches, unsure if it should smile or break. So it just trembles instead. I think I no longer do it. I'm just not sure because I've just been obsessed with this girl for so long. I think from my experience, from all the people I know who are sort of like in good relationships, they found their partner, including me, when they didn't feel like dating at all. They felt like, I will never date a man ever again. What the fuck? I'm just gonna die lonely. I'm so freaking done with this. And then that one person came around the corner which changed that opinion. Changing that opinion is hard. Changing that opinion is only changed by a person which fits all of the boxes, or like most of them. So if a person then comes across which is changing that opinion, you actually know you have someone you genuinely like and you don't just use to fill a space. But there was no space planned, and you now were like, well, actually, I'm gonna change the plan I had for that person because I want that person in my life, not because I need that person in my life. When you seek love out of desperation, you start lowering your own light. You ignore red flags, overlook mismatches, and settle for comfort instead of connection. Exactly. But being with someone just to avoid loneliness only deepens the emptiness later. True love comes when you are whole enough to choose, not out of fear of being alone, but out of peace with who you are. Exactly. Because then you add someone to your life you actually want in your life, and you don't just take, yeah, you just don't fill like a hole where like something is better than nothing. Well, that does check the box. I met her when I was still at a low point and when I was actually like, I don't want anything to do with love. I just want to focus on myself first. Yeah. But I'm I'm slightly confused with, because usually with these situations actually both people were interested in each other. Because you usually, like, if you're desperate, you look for like whoever is like okay with being with you even if they don't like you, versus if you're not desperate and it, like, have high standards, you only let people in your life which actually want to be in your life and which are like committing to also be a good part in your life. So this is why I'm like sort of confused with the situation with you and the girl, because I don't know, it doesn't seem like she is like ticking those boxes. So that what makes the situation, I don't know, yeah, confusing for me, I guess. Okay, I think we can open the window again. I'm not entirely sure if the sun is gonna come back. Yeah, probably. Flaming ball of radiation. Yeah. It's like I like the sun, but it's really messing up my streamlight, and it's also making my camera be like really like overheating like so quick. So it's easier to have like a consistent light quality um if there's no like huge changes in lighting, which with sun is, yeah, hard. And takes out a nail. How does that? Because of like a balloon and like pop the balloon? Okay. I see, I see. So, anybody wants to do a mental health check-in? Or no? Hi, Smarty. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? You want to? All right. I'm glad. So, essentially, it's just sort of like talking about how you feel right now and how maybe the week has been, what you struggle with, um, or what you're proud of. Um, and if there's anything like specific you would like an opinion on or help with, definitely mention that. If it's more like you just sort of want emotional support in general, then definitely say that. So we're sort of able to be there for you in the best way we can and in the way which you need right now. So yeah, it doesn't need to be negative, it doesn't need to be positive. Anything which is going on right now. My graduation is soon, maybe in 1 month or less. So I feel a bit stressful about. I can imagine. Meanwhile, I can't deal with people as I used to. I'm not patient anymore. Mm. Is that only since the stress has gotten more from the graduation? Or has that been going on for longer than this? Guys, I appreciate that you have fun, but let's concentrate on Swordy and give them the space to really be vulnerable and feeling like they're being heard and seen. All right. So it only sort of like started now. Do you think it's maybe because you're stressed? Then it's like you just feel like sort of like, because sometimes when we feel like on edge, and stressed, we can feel more irritated in general, and we can have like a shorter fuse. And that's sort of like how we then are like worse at being social, because we just lack the, yeah, I guess the like emotional space for others. I feel like I can't focus on anything else than graduation. I see. So in 1 month or something is your graduation, you said. Do you have a very specific goal or like pressure towards very specific grades and like a specific performance? I'm always like, whenever I'm like looking at chat to like wait for the new message, I sort of like notice how I'm just like in stream, like just looking down. And then I'm like, oh yeah, look into the camera. And then I'm just awkwardly looking into the camera a bit. Yes, of course it has, but I care more about ending the stress than having a good degree for now. All right. So that's something we can help you with then, right? Or at least I hope so. Um is there like with things like these, it like usually helps to like really understand like what specific thing is starting the stress. Um because sometimes there's like we're like really stressed about certain fears which are connected, for example now to graduation, but not graduation itself, which could be, for example, the fear of like not passing graduation or the fear of getting bad grades. Sometimes it can also just be sort of the fear of the social sort of reaction to how we do and how we perform in the graduation. Um, Sometimes it can be if some like very specific story some others told us that like the test is like really bad and you can't pass and something like this. So there can like be very like there can be very many different type of narratives evolving around the stress, where the stress is like coming from. Do you have like any idea where the stress is coming from? Or if you think about this, is there like, what is the scenario you sort of like envision which is giving you stress? I think because I have left most of work to last period. Okay. And now I'm forced to do extra energy for it. Hmm. So it's not really that you're like stressed off the graduation, but it's more like that you're stressed because till the graduation you still have like a lot of work to do, and it's just it feels like too much. Is that it? which made me not be able to focus on normal daily things and social life as normal. Yeah, I can imagine. All right. I mean, not being able to focus on normal daily things and social life is also draining, right? Like, just that in and on itself is already draining. Um, the question I had was like more, was if, what was it again specifically? Uh, if like now that you like, if it's because it's not like that you fear the graduation or like that you're stressed because of the graduation, but that you're stressed because you have like so much to do right now until the graduation. So that you don't have like normal, like, yeah, normal energy and stuff like this. But where you sort of like answered this already. I think with the which made me not be able to focus on normal daily thing and social life as normal. Mm. So, okay. Mm. Yes, mostly that. Because of that, I have a lot to do in short time. Me, my family is waiting for that day too. So yeah, yeah. Okay. Um. So I feel like your stress is like very connected to exhaustion then as well. And just sort of like physical like exhaustion of like doing a lot right now. You just spotted a rainbow? I didn't. No rainbows here. Um. And so with this sort of stress, it's like it's not gonna go away from like now in like 10 minutes or something. Like there's not a solution which is sort of like instantly working and taking off like all of the stress. Other than like drugs, I think. But then it's not taking the stress away, it's just like coming back in some time. Um but there's definitely something we can do to like make it better. And that sort of like depends on your situation. So I'm gonna give you like a few examples, and then you can like sort of give me feedback on how you think that's like possible and if that seems like a good idea or not. Um, so in essence, to sort of like be less stressed and be less like on edge and have again like more patience for friends and stuff like this, um, you need to decompress. So you need to, first of all, stop getting more stressed. But the second thing is also you sort of need to get down from the stress level you have now sort of like come to over the last, I don't know, like days, weeks of like hard work. Um, because your energies, like there's like different type of energies we have. Like we have like social energy, we have physical energy, we have mental energy, and like a lot of these, like your whole sort of system, has already been like overwhelmed. So you're in a state where you need to recover, and at the same time, it shouldn't get worse. Um, And while I think we can't change how much work you have to do till the graduation, right? Like there is not an option that you like do less of the stuff, and there's not an option that you can like, I don't know, like make that longer, right? Like I think like I'm just assuming there's like a deadline, a very fixed deadline, and you need to get all of the stuff done because you procrastinated until here, so now you're in a pinch on that. Um, so if we see that, I feel like what we can do is sort of save energy in other aspects of life. And maybe have better like on and off times. Because, okay, actually, like with the on and off times, do you also have like a general stress of like feeling like you might not be able to finish? And that like whenever you rest or like not do something, that you're like, oh fuck, I actually like sort of can't afford to rest here. Like maybe I'm not gonna finish all the stuff I need to do. Is that also like a thing going on? Or can you like do work, turn off, and like then do more work, but it's just too much in general? Only option is I do work, then professor can say that not enough, so it's the worst scenario for me. Okay. Um okay. So I'm just gonna tell you how I would sort of handle this type of scenario. And yeah, like sort of like give me feedback on if that sounds good or like what sounds better and what doesn't. Um so for me personally, if I am in a situation where I need to get something done, I don't know if the time is enough. So there's not really like any type of rest I take is potentially time I lack at the end. Um, and it is a sort of like timed thing, which is gonna be over no matter what at some point in the future. What I would do is I would talk to friends and family, everybody who has usually contact with me or who has contact with me on a daily basis. So, partner, family, friends. I would talk to everybody and I would explain them the situation that this is incredibly stressful and I'm not sure if I can get this done still. And so, for example, friends where I don't have time with them, I would basically like let them know like, hey, I'm not gonna have much time. I'm really sorry about this. Like I'm not trying to be a bad friend here. I sort of like I mismatched the work it would still take and I'm gonna do it better next time. But like for now, like just sort of I'm gonna be back in like a month or something. And you can also like sort of ask them for support. Like I would like if you feel like okay, I still want to do something with friends or like I don't know that working with some person next to you, for example, and just like them working, you working is like easier for you than to work, then you could ask for support like this and be like, hey, I wondered if we can like have like study breaks together, but like we really need to study. I don't have more like other like time for like fun stuff. I really like I need to get this done and I need any support I can get. So like if you could just like, you know, like come over to my place and then you study there, I study there, and we just study next to each other, that would make it so much easier for me to actually get the things done I need to do. So that would be like one of the supports I would ask for and sort of like set the expectation for my friends that I'm not going to be a fun person for the next month. Because I feel like there's sometimes a lot of shame we have if we are being a bad friend, because we know we're being a bad friend, but we don't really voice it anyhow. And then there's maybe like remarks from our friends as well. But if we clarify this, then our friends will not complain why we're a bad friend, because we explained them that we're going to be a bad friend for the next month. We explained them that this is the time where we need them. And like, sorry, we're not going to be available for them this month. And it's already like, so it's taking this like shame away that we're going to be a bad friend. And at the same time, it's giving them the opportunity to help us and support us. That's the first thing I would do. So like, set expectations with friends and ask for support. The second thing I would do is with family. I would, like, if you still live at home, or the people you like, if you could stay with your family, or if you are staying with your family, or if you're staying with your partner, if there is the option to stay with somebody else, I would ask if that's okay, if we can do that, if I can stay with another person. And if I then stay with another person, I would ask them if it would be okay that I, for example, like that they prepare food for me as well. And this is like sort of like, it depends on like who you can ask this from, right? But if that's sort of like in like a situation where they know like that would be a great support and they have time for this, and even though this is like a little bit of effort, and even though this is definitely not supposed to be normal, my problem is not that I can't work on my project. The problem that I'm missing my daily normal feelings. I can't enjoy morning coffee or dinner or anything else. Like, I always do things so fast, so I can't think about what is my next step for the project. That's the point. No, I get you. What we're trying to do here, with these things, because all of that is connected to stress. Like, all of this are like burnout symptoms. And we can't really, like, we already checked the box for you being able to, like, have less work, right? And that's not really a possibility. Like, you need to get this done in the time being. Like, you should have, like, sort of like planned this different before, but now you're already in that situation. That's why we now try to save energy at any other place in your life. And not energy in terms of like, we're not gonna have a personal life, but energy, saving energy in terms of that food, getting proper nutrients is easier and faster. Having less shame and negative feelings towards not fulfilling expectations, because that's draining as well. And yeah, we were sort of like going through the list, but this is like how I would approach this situation. Because you want to get this work done, you need to get this work done, but you can't be on this stress level. Like, we need to change the stress level. And how we change the stress level is in making other parts of our lives, essentially any part of our life which is possible, using less energy. And so, like, for example, I would also buy more pre-made food. Like, if there's nobody who's able to prepare food for me and where I can leech off of like making food, I would buy more pre-made food where I don't have to spend time, but I have proper nutrients, or like sort of proper nutrients, just in like no time. Because all of the time and energy you save in any part of your life, you can then sort of like readjust to get rest and to de-stress. And with de-stressing, you're going to be able to then enjoy morning coffee and enjoy dinner. And it's maybe not going to go to a point where you're like entirely not stressed because you are in a stressful situation, but it's going to be at a point where it's going to be fine. you know? Like, you're not going into burnout direction anymore. You're doing the best that you can in the situation being. So you know what I mean? What the plan is? You got the idea? Okay, perfect. So that's why, first of all, talk to friends. Set the expectation so that you don't have shame. You don't have shame towards being not a good friend anymore. You're not bothered with thoughts like, oh fuck, I like didn't meet with them again. Oh no, I didn't answer them again. What, blah blah blah. Like, all these social expectations are gone. They know what's going on, you know what's going on, and it's gonna be fine. You know? And they're gonna help you in the way they can. And that, like, must not be something. Like, some people are also, like, too busy to do any of that. But sort of, like, give them the option to help you, because actually a lot of our friends and, like, loved ones want to support us. And they don't want us to be in such stress. And this makes sense for, like, multiple reasons, right? Because being around a very stressed person is stressful for yourself. So I, as your friend, I would rather do some of the work, like, not your work you have to do for the assignments, right? But, like, for example, like making food or coming to study with you and, like, be there as, like, motivation and stuff like this. And, like, I don't know, maybe bringing food with me or, like, bringing snacks with me and all of that. I would rather do that and have you, like, a tiny bit less stressed than not being able to help you and just seeing my friend suffer. I already did that, to be honest. Yesterday, my friend came to get my opinion about a problem he had. I told him, bro, I can't help. Give me space for some time. I mean, that's sort of that's already good, I guess. But I think it can help to actually invite them to support you and, like, explain how stressful your situation is right now, how on edge you are, and ask them to support you. Because this is also what friends are for, right? Like, friends are supposed to support us in, like, bad times. Like, they don't have to, of course, but this is, like, sort of like what we call a good friendship, right? Like, they support us, we support them. Like, it's a giving and taking type situation. I don't. I'm not sure if that's gonna help. Never meow alone. To be fair, because he is on a time limit. Like, the situation is stressful. Like, it's not. I don't really believe in, like, trying to be like, no, it's not stressful. It is stressful. There are things which have to be done. Like, the point of, like, what we remember for next time is, next time I'm gonna start earlier. This is not a situation how it's supposed to be. This is not a plan of, like, this is how you struggle, like, how you know, like, work properly. This is how you survive a stressful situation where you need to have the results. Because there's not really, like, we don't want to fail. Like, there's, like, graduation, like, you work towards this a long time. There's a lot of things into this. We already sort of explored the option of being able to, like, push work further away, which doesn't exist. So at this point, things just need to be done. And so I would talk to friends, and set that expectation, so that also, like, they're not gonna text you with, like, random shit anymore, you know? Like, they're gonna know, like, okay, like, in a month I'm gonna, like, come back to that person, but, like, now they're not gonna have time to look at this meme. They're not gonna have time to listen to my voicemail. And I feel like if you get voicemails and, like, get tasks from them, essentially, it's gonna make you more stressed. So sort of, like, setting the tone, setting the expectations can really help. Then we're gonna go over to family. So, do you have a partner? Do you live alone? Do you live with your parents? Like, what is your living situation right now? Is there a person living with you? With parents, yeah. Amazing. Okay. So, go to your parents, explain them the situation. Tell them, A, I fucked up. I planned this way too tight. The work is actually so much. I'm stressed the fuck out. Can I eat with you? Like, could you, like, I know this is like a tall ask, but it would help me so much if you could prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner for me, and just like sort of like basically even like if they are doing that, like you need to sort of like know what you can ask of them, but like I feel like asking is like not hurting, but like it would really help if you just like bring it to me even, because otherwise I'm not going to eat because I'm going to forget because I'm hyper focusing on this like huge workload. And just sort of like being open that like this was not planned, and like like you didn't want to ask this, but you're on edge right now and you need help. Like this is not the point anymore of like I'm trying to be independent, because independent you're gonna fail. So this is like, hey, please, everybody who can chip in because I need to survive here, okay? And so if you can ask them for like to give you proper nutrition basically and enable you to have proper nutrition every day, that is amazing because nutrition matters. Drinking enough, eating properly matters. And it's going to give you more energy to then pull through. It's going to enable your body to do the work you have to do. If they can't do that, which is fine, right? Maybe actually buy pre-made like dinner, lunches, whatever. Like get some cereal for breakfast, and get some like lunch, which is you just need to pop into the microwave, but it has like some type of nutrients, which is like sort of fine, like not pizza every day, but like there's like these like pre-made meals nowadays which aren't like too bad, like stuff like this, for example. And like get stuff you can eat and save the most time possible, but get as much nutrition as possible. Also drink enough. Maybe set timers for this. You need your body to function, so you need to give your body fuel. This is a necessity, okay? Um, if you have other people graduating with you and there's things you could get help with, because for example somebody might have like a summary of the stuff you have done in your lessons or stuff like this. Like if there's an option like this, ask the person to help you. Be like, hey, I fucked up. I'm like so on a time limit. Like, can I have that summary? Like, pretty please. So sorry, it will not happen again. Pretty please. People probably gonna help. Oh, I think like ChatGPT with the information is so annoying. Because it's often not correct. But yeah, if you have like if you know how to properly use ChatGPT for this, like maybe do it. But ChatGPT can be lying a bunch, hallucinating a bunch, and make work actually longer than less. So I don't know. Like I personally feel like I'm usually faster than ChatGPT on doing the task I'm like which is necessary to be done. So we checked friends, we checked family, we checked easy, time-saving nutrition. Um, um, is your work in while sitting? Like you probably like sit at the like PC or table the entire time to work on all of this stuff, right? Hi. It's coding. All right. Um, put literally a timer to stand up and move a bit. And we're gonna do the most efficient type here. So like you just like you set a timer like I don't know like 5 times a day or something to stand up and like jump up and down, like stretch yourself a little bit, you know? Like do stuff like this. You need to do something which is gonna sort of like as fast as possible really like pump your blood through your body. Um, and this doesn't need to be long. Like for me, probably would absolutely be enough to like 1.5 minutes jump up and down. But you need to have like some parts of the day where your body, like your blood is moving, you know? Like you really like your body is gonna like sort of be like you wake your body up to then properly move energy, because that way you're gonna get more oxygen again, your blood is gonna like you will just have more energy. um so like some movement, and this is like more, this is definitely like this is not something like ha 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 I really like doing this. This is something of like your body needs to like function well. It's not made for sitting the entire day. So pick some times, put a timer in that, and then get your blood pumping, get your like heart like rising, and then continue working. Um, that's really good. I think that's really, really amazing. With that walk as well, like try to be in nature. And if you can, actually, I would personally say try to not listen to anything. Don't hear a podcast. Don't watch YouTube videos. Um, but just focus on your breathing, focus on the fresh air, focus on what you see in front of you. If you see a tiny beetle, if you see some birds, how the leaves are rustling, um, use it as sort of like a grounding exercise where it's like you focus on what is directly around you and what your body is feeling, like the bodily sensations you have. Um, and but that's like really good, I think. That's nice. Um, then get something you can reward yourself with on sort of like every day. Something tiny. It can be a sweet, like your favorite sweets. It can be like a nice drink you don't usually get. It can be eating chips for lunch. It can be um, well, whatever, like tiny, tiny, tiny thing you have, which is sort of like a guilty pleasure where you don't usually on a daily basis do it. Um, treat yourself with this in this situation, because I think it's something which can help you have something to look forward to. Mm, Mm, try to have enough sleep. If you don't sleep well because of the stress, get yourself melatonin. Um, what else is there you can do? If you can change the perspective of this, and this is something not everybody can do, I think. Um, it's something I can sometimes do where I'm like, okay, I'm now in this shitty situation. Well, I'm not gonna be in that situation again anyway, because like next time for sure I'm gonna change that, and this is not gonna happen again because what the fuck? Um, but right now, where I'm in that situation, I can see it sort of like as an experiment. I can see it as sort of like as a challenge. Um, I can, and sort of with that thinking, it's like really easier for me to be like, to do whatever is necessary for me to feel better in that situation. It's easier to look absolutely horrific and like not wash my hair for 1 week. It's easier to put on the most comfortable but ugly looking clothes. It's easier to have like a warm foot bath between my below my PC table because I felt like it. It's easier um to do all those things which are societally like harder, I don't know, like not as accepted without guilt. Um and to sort of like approach it with this thing of like, well, I just like this is going to be like a funny memory to come back to. Like in like now it's shit, but like in 1 year I'm gonna like laugh about it with like facepalm, sort of like, oh, like remember that time when I like had to do all of this like in that time, and I like I was like running around in a bathrobe the entire day only, or like in my sleeping garments for like 3 days straight. Um, or like that time where I was eating like, I don't know, like pizza 10 times after each other, like every day, sort of like in like good nutrition is like better, of course, but it's it's like do whatever is possible for you to make it less stress. And if getting good nutrition is too much stress, eating pizza every day after each other for the time being is also okay. And if it feels like a reward to you, even better. Um yeah. I like gaming sometimes. I go for some games, think I'm gonna chill about, but probably from coding to gaming is too much for eyes and brain. Yeah, I wouldn't do gaming. Um, like maybe socially. Like maybe if your friend has time for like an hour at the evening to play something together, like in the house, like Mario Kart, for example, you know, like next to each other, where it's like actually like really social thing. Like okay, possibly. Otherwise, I would sort of like thank you. I would rather skip gaming and I don't know. It can also actually be a thing, for example, with friends that you like ask your friend to eat like dinner with him every day. And then you just like come over for dinner. You like die on the couch for half an hour and then you eat dinner with them and then you like talk a little bit and then you leave and go to sleep. Like you sort of like you have to see like what the situation is you're in and the thing you essentially have to do is save as much energy as you can. It doesn't matter which area, but save energy and regain as much energy as you can. So, saving energy is like asking for support from friends, family, adjusting expectations. And then regaining energy is the, for example, the walk outside, the like time saving nutritions, and but like properly eating at all instead of like not eating and just skipping lunch and like drinking enough and moving your body from time to time, sleeping enough. Like these are all the like regaining things and like sleeping well. So if you don't sleep well, for example, getting like melatonin and sort of like in that direction. Um, and then there's some stress relieving exercise you can do. Um, but they're not gonna like like you can do them as well, but I like really like asking for support from friends and family and like reducing the energy you need and then also like focusing on like gaining new energy through like normal nutrition and like moving your body and stuff like this is and getting like proper rest is going to be more useful. um but there's some things you can do, for example, like breathing exercises, um, like meditation, like yoga, which is can help with de-stressing. Also, for example, journaling can help. For example, like what Never Meow Alone said with the like writing down like all the tasks you have to do, like that can help because then you don't like have to keep it in your mind. Um, and yeah. But this is sort of like what you can do. And this is like what we can do now, maybe. And just sort of like take your hand sort of from pointing to the floor to over your head and breathe in like they do with yoga. Stretching can help. This like jumping, for example, can help as well if there's like if there's like negativity sort of pent up, because that's sort of like energy you need to do something with. And it can really help to just, yeah, it can help to just scream. It can also help to just like listen to like some song and then like headbang 3 minutes straight and then be like done with the emotion again. So, for example, what I did when we had to do the renovation in like 1 month, which is the second time we actually bring this up today. Um, and so we only had 1 month to do the entire renovation of the apartment ourselves, and we also to also move in and clean the other apartment we were moving out of. And do the whole finances, like buy everything we need, all of that, because the yes that we actually get the apartment was like so late that like all of this, like there was not really like a planning phase where we already could get something done, but it was all really sudden. And in that phase, I would, yeah, I would listen to, like, while I was working, I would listen to the favorite music of mine, like music of mine which gives me energy. Um, and then I would like work, and I would like walk around in like really ugly looking clothing, and don't care. I would like, actually, I would shower quite often because I was so dirty all the time because of the renovation dust and all of it. Um, but for food, for example, I just like, now I would actually get proper food, but back then I just actually really enjoyed getting like really trashy, like sweet um buns, like these burger buns sort of, but actually with like chocolate inside of them. And then some just some like sausages, and which I didn't like usually get, and then like also like snacks, like a lot of sweets and like stuff like this, and just like, because I usually like don't eat sweets, or like only at the evening, but then also like not really much. And I would just have like sweets there all the time and just like snack them the entire time. We would order food more often than normal, and like order pizza and stuff like this, because like honestly, like this unhealthy food was like one of the things I was rewarding myself with, because usually I always like put a lot of attention on like eating properly. um so I would never just like eat unhealthy food for like days on end or whatever. So this was sort of like low-key like something where I was excited about, and where I felt like, um I don't know, where I just felt like, ooh, I'm so naughty. I'm eating all these like all these like really shitty snacks and all of this. And I don't know. And I would get like nice drinks for myself. So like every day I had like a nice can of some drink I didn't know before, or like Bionade, or like stuff like this. Bionade is not beer, by the way. But yeah, I always got like some nice drink where I looked forward to, which also was like sort of like like the reward for the work I was doing. Um, and we like asked friends to help us, and they did at some on some day to like help us paint the apartment. And um, but yeah, we just actually like, the most common thing was that I, instead of like not eating because I didn't have time to cook or anything, I just got like ready-made food, which I could like instantly eat. And I bought food which I was excited for, even though it's like a little bit more expensive, because it gave me something to look forward to. Because I always bought it in the morning, and that made me, yeah, just look forward to it and give me like motivation to like keep going. And at the same time, I sort of looked at the whole thing like, yeah, I would have done this different, but this is like a challenge, and I can get this done. And like later, then I can say like, I renovated an entire apartment in 1 month and also moved in and like even ripped the fucking wall out and like nearly like all by myself and stuff like this. So it just was something where I like framed it in a way where it didn't feel like, oh fuck, like now I have to do this because all of this was so slow, and like because this whole process took so long, and like all of the banks are so shitty and all of this. Like it wasn't as like negative, but it was more like, I don't know, like more framed in this like positive light of like, this is a challenge and I'm gonna do it because I'm really sick and I'm like strong and all of this. Um and we couldn't ask like too many family members or friends for help. But we did actually have like a friend even from Germany like come over here to help us. And then we had a family member also like come over from Germany to help us. And my parents actually were driving the truck from Germany to here. So actually, yeah. So we had like a lot of family members help us like somehow, like not the entire time, but at some point. And then some friends. So like we had like friends helping us painting, and then we had the friend coming here and helping us like put all the stuff away. We actually went so far that when we sold our electric scooter at some point, and the person we sold it to, we literally asked like, hey, like, like the thing you pick up the scooter with, like on the back of your car, right? Like, can we use that when you come? Like, can we just like one time quickly head over to the like trash station and like throw away all the junk we have in the apartment from the renovation? And they actually agreed. Like, so this is like, we asked from help from like everywhere, basically. And we had long nights, we had not enough sleep. But yeah, we made it as fun and bearable as possible. Because if your spirit is high, you're going to be able to keep going way longer. Um, and if, as long as you have like some type of nutrition and some type of movement, and some type of social connection, even though the social connection is maybe only that they like come over to help you and like now you all work, it can really make a big difference. So, for example, asking a friend to like co-work next to each other can really help, or asking a friend to like make dinner together, even if you say like, yeah, but it needs to be sort of like quick and like fast over or whatever, it can really help. And like even if it's eating shitty over like eating good, as long as you eat like enough that you have like enough energy every day, that's like really good already. And yeah, and it's definitely okay to like some days just be like, all of this sucks. Yeah, exactly. Like if you're able to go through this now, you like the first thing you learned already, right, is that like next time you're not gonna let it come to this. But at the same time, if you ever were in this experience again, for example, with like buying your own house sometime, or like at a job or something where the stakes are higher, where you don't have to support like the direct support of your family maybe anymore, because now you live alone and stuff like this. You know that you handled this situation and you were able to do it. And you were able to ask for help and adjust the situation to a point where you were able to succeed. And so you would know how to handle that as well. And you would know, like, okay, like I'm gonna like ask friends and family. Maybe I'm gonna ask my neighbor even for help, and like all of these things. Like we were like lending so much stuff from our neighbor here. And like our other neighbor, which is like an old lady, actually made us cake and stuff like this. So there's like, I don't know, there's so many people coming together in moments like these. And it's actually not bad to ask for help or anything, because now our neighbor asked for help as well. Even though I definitely know that he's one of those people who is not asking for help easily. But I feel like because we asked for help, he now asked for help. Because he felt sort of like entitled for help, which is good. Because he should. And we were able to help, and that was really nice. Cake, yeah. She made us cake. Like, she made us tiramisu, and, well, actually, the tiramisu was pre-made, but she made us apple cake. But she just got us tiramisu, so that was really nice. Yeah. Yeah, she's really sweet. So, because, I don't know, in our society, like, really, like, asking for help is... It's so nice to help someone. There's so many things in this world we can't do anything about. It's so nice to actually once in a while be able to do something about a situation. It can feel so nice to be able to help a friend be less stressed and help a friend go through something. I literally, like, there's parents being intrusive because they want to help. Like, people really want to help. It makes us feel good. Like, we literally, like, we have evidence that helping somebody else is making us feel good. So there's like a whole, like, in Asia, I watched this like a sort of like tiny documentary about monks, and they actually go to the city and like ask for like food and like stuff like this. And the monks were interviewed, and they said, like, we're giving them an option to feel good about themselves. Like, that's essentially what we're doing. Like, of course, we also, like, we offer, like, a profit from the food they're giving us, right? Because that's the only thing we have. But at the same time, this is giving them something as well. Because this is giving them that they feel good about themselves because they helped somebody else and took care of somebody else, and that feels empowering. Being able to minimize the suffering of a person feels empowering, and it's making us feel good because we don't feel as hopeless as to watching a person we love suffer in silence and not being able to do anything. And I think everybody has gone through that once in their life. See somebody they love suffer and not being able to do anything, and it feels shitty. So it's so much nicer when you actually are being asked to help and can help a person you love. And I feel like that's why we really shouldn't be scared of it. Because they want to help us. They don't want to see us suffer and not be able to help. That's punishment. Not all, to be honest. Some people, they don't like to see you better than them. Yeah, and those people, you get out of your circle ASAP. ASAP. Definitely. Like, they still need to learn some lessons, and they need to learn them on their own. Because that's not a social behavior. But at the same time, we sometimes believe way worse things about society than they actually are true. So it's also um, a really good method to sort of check your world belief system. And if the world is actually that asocial and unhelpful and toxic as you believe it is. Because I feel like a lot of people, especially with media nowadays, have a way more negative picture of society than society deserves, frankly. And the problem that they can be in your family in which you can't delete them. Well, you can break off contact with your family at some point. Once you have found your own apartment, are able to like financially depend on yourself, you can break off contact. But till then, just ask. Just keep on asking. It's really like it's never bad to ask. Sometimes we can by asking, we can like I said, we can actually help, like sort of not help, but like um initiate that other people ask us as well. So just still ask. Try to get it try to get as much help as possible. There's going to be times when you have less help, but making a situation worse than it is superficially doesn't make sense. So ask everybody around you, get the maximum help possible, and you're good. You're gonna find a way. Like just find the best way possible. Like that's really what life is about. Like just find the best way possible. There's no point in suffering through a situation more than you need to. So it's not like nobody is going to give you like a medal for like, oh, you did it your own. Like that's not really a thing. Like nobody freaking cares, you know? Like especially in this society, like everything is about results. Like if you're the business owner or the president, it like doesn't even really matter how you got there, but people are still going to call you president. Like so you know what I mean? Like just get it done. And like stress like this can really like influence our health, so definitely take on as much support as you can. And if a person is actively sort of like boycotting you, try to find a solution for that as well. That's also sort of what life is about. Like there's going to be people in our way and there's going to be things in our way, and to achieve, like there's so many people want to achieve goals, and it's not really like, I don't know, like the difference between us and, I don't know, a really like successful person. And I don't mean like the like woke up with like a silver spoon in their mouth type situation, but like a successful person which started from like our point. It's not that they had like more willpower or more skill necessarily or any of that. It's they arrived there because they relied on other people, they relied for support, they did whatever is necessary to get it done and to make their chances of getting it done the highest possible. Your chances of getting this done, not burning out, being healthy, feeling good, are way higher if you get support from your friends and family. So I think putting things as a challenge and motivate myself in fun mode is the best option, like you did when you worked on your new apartment. It's only one of the things I did, right? Like we wouldn't have been able to do this if our friend from Germany wouldn't have come and we wouldn't have asked him. Like if our family member from Germany wouldn't have come and wouldn't have helped us, if the colleagues, the work colleagues of Zach actually wouldn't have helped. Like, Zach literally on work was just like, hey, anybody wants to help us paint the apartment? Like, he just asked his colleague. We weren't like living here for like too long. It's the first time when we actually met them. So, like, it's you need to ask for the support necessary to make some things happen. It's like yeah, like just putting it in fun mode and challenging yourself, like that's good and all, but you need support. We all need support in our life. And that's not bad. It's not like, oh, you're so independent, whatever. Like, we're humans. If we were an independent species, we wouldn't live in communities. Like, we literally, like, our survival rates is 50% higher if we're not like socially isolated and have like nice social contacts and ask for help and stuff like this. So, and even actually with getting old, it's like they have made a study and they found out that having a good social circle with 50 was a better indicator of health, of good health at age 80 than like the cortisol levels, which is like the stress hormone levels. So like a good social circle, asking for help, all of these things is literally making you live longer and like live healthier and better and all of that. So learn it early, how to ask for help and that you can rely on people. It's a really, really good skill in life. It's literally gonna make your life better, happier, longer, healthier. And it's the perfect opportunity to learn it now in your position. So don't neglect that part, please. Don't negate all of the things I was saying with ask for support, with I'm just gonna see it as a challenge and do it all on my own. Okay. Perfect. But yeah, I was glad I was able to help. Like, I hope it all works. I hope you find some support. And I think even though you're probably still gonna feel a bit stressed, it's gonna feel better, definitely. Just after talking to the people around you, explaining them how you feel stressed, sort of explaining your situation, being seen with the stress in your situation, can already feel like really, really good. Because your situation is definitely like super, super stressful and really exhausting. And you definitely deserve help in that situation. Like, it's like we all fuck up sometimes with planning, and that's fine. So don't punish yourself or whatever with like not asking for help. It's like the world would literally be a better place if people would start asking for help. And I don't know, I think that's in it on itself actually already really, really, really nice. And I hope you're gonna be able to do all of the things you have to do. I wish you a lot of luck. and a lot of strength. I hope everything works out like sort of fine and sort of easy. And if not, and if some of those things don't work, I told you, if you were being told off by friends and stuff like this, because like some people of course like don't see it, right? And that's okay too. Some people like also don't really know how to help and stuff like this. So don't be discouraged if some of the people you ask for help are like, whoa, what do you think you're asking and stuff like this. It's just a question. Just say like, oh yeah, no, it's like fine if you don't have time. I absolutely get that. It's whatever. Because some people don't have energy to help, and that's also okay. But yeah. But yeah, you can always like come back to the stream. Here are the times. And I hope you succeed. I have a mental health talk problem that you might also feel related to. Okay. What is that gonna be with the kappa face behind it? What are we? Okay. Tell me. Mm. Like see-through. And this is the last bit. Not as warm anymore. You can warm it up and drink it. There's no, yeah. Oh wait, come here for a second. Sorry. Can you show your t-shirt? Can you go lower or something, or like further away? Look at these guys. I made this. Turn around. Here it says, protests and activists fought for the equality we take for granted today, period. And then on the backside, it says, like at the top in like tiny letters here, it says, never forget the importance of protest. And then the hope for a better world, loading 30%, 2025. It is a human right. Change was never easy. And then on the side, it says a quote from Amnesty International about protests, which is, I can't. Okay. Oh, okay. Which is about protest and the right to protest, essentially. Yeah. In fact, I wouldn't have been able to read that. Yeah, I just noticed how it's like all blurred in the back because I'm sharp in the front. And also it's like, it's the other way around because the camera is flipped. Yeah, anyways. Yes. Screen too small, eyes too bad. It's fine. We have talked about a little bit, but all I say is things in the name of joy and love, but actual real life problems. Wait. We've talked about it? Talked about a little bit, but all I say is things in the name of joy and love, but actual real life problems. I have wrote a poem about it too, I will share later. Okay, I don't get the first part of your message, I'm gonna be honest. Is it wrong to crave a woman strong enough to hold my chaos and gentle enough to soothe it? At all. I feel like this is one of those times where a clip is going to be taken horrendously out of context of me. But I'm gonna go with it. I don't care. A top who can steal my breath with one hand and return it with a loving touch.
the kind who knows when to choke and when to cradle my heart in her palms, equal parts passion and peace. A love that dominates softly and stays forever. Um, well, it seems a bit desperate, but I think it's fine. Like we talked about relationships and being desperate, right? So I don't think it's a good ideology to yeah, exactly, to like to try to find someone to fix it. But at the same time, definitely like, I don't know, it's not too bad. Reading gay poetry wouldn't be the worst clip to be floating around. Fair point. It would definitely drive the right people to the stream. So, who made a clip? But actually, the light is like super orange. Let me fix that real quick. Is that alright? I feel like that's better. I usually express myself with poetry. It makes my problems feel like art. I mean, that's like directly what it does, right? Like, why do you always turn into a carrot? Because of the light situation. That's why I say it's like back when the sun was here, the sun is like a really, really strong light. And if I don't, uh, if I like, I don't know, like it's always gonna fuck up, you know? It's always weird. It's gonna be weird. Like having a camera capture me in the same way through sunshine in my face, through shadow half over my face, through no sunshine at all and only fake light. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The only thing, actually, you know what? Actually, I have one option, which is using auto, which is making me a bit like not at all orange though, which is like I want it to be a bit all orange because then I feel like the autumn theme is fitting better. So give me a second here. Is that the yeah, that's the right one, okay. Um we can put a filter on this with like color correction. Um I actually didn't know this was on, but okay. Um okay. And we can make it like a tiny bit orange. This is too much. Wait. Oh, wait. This is this is not getting better. Wait. Huh? Why is the opacity? Yeah, okay. It's gonna get better, guys, okay? Chill. Okay, this is too white. Hmm. Whoops. Hmm. I feel like hmm. Hmm. I feel like this is not too bad. How do we like this? It's a bit orange, right? Like this looks way warmer, you know? Or like do we like this more or this? What do we think? Orange or not orange? I feel like this camera is criminally hiding your true beauty. Well, a new camera maybe. You know what these things cost? Like if you buy it for sure, sugar mommy. Born to be a carrot for sweet human for real. Going from white to tan, true. I do look a bit tanned this way. Like I guess I can do like a bit less. But I feel like it's making it like so white. I don't like that. Like if it would just feel less white. Whoops, 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 whoops. Hoppala. Okay, I feel like with a little bit more contrast, we're in a better area again. What do you think about this? I feel like this is alright. I'm sorry to say, I think it may be white. Oh, I'm definitely white. But at the same time, I have like the light I have here is like really white. So that's not making it easier, you know. So which camera setting is the best, guys? I need opinions here, okay? You can't leave me with only making jokes. Yes, GeForce. But I'm sort of like about to dip out. That's fine. I'm basically immune to traffic stops in the US. Ooh. You know, though, the annoying part is if I were to have a car, which I don't right now, for reasons, because I don't want to. But in the US, I definitely would have a car because you don't really have a choice. But I would have communist stickers on the back. I would have gay stickers on the back. So I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I feel like my political opinion is not straight passing enough, you know? Not Republican passing enough. But I don't know how they handle that back there. Because I've never been in the US, so don't know. But yeah, do we like this? Like how should I leave the camera? Like should I do it like this? Or should we go with that? I feel like I never changed that before, but I want I want my camera to fit the theme, okay? And the theme is like cozy autumn. I don't have like a cozy autumn light in front of me. I have a bright white light on a white wall. So we need to fake it a little bit, okay? But like I want to look like I'm just sort of like I'm in the forest with like nice nice like red leaves and yellow leaves and and the golden hour looking at me. Option 1. What is option 1? With orange, right? With with orange, right? Right? I think this lighting is warm and nice. Nice. Okay, perfect. So that's what we do. Like, I feel like now it should be fine because now we're using the automatic thing from the camera, which should keep it in the right area, possibly. Um, we can actually try this. Let me mess up my light entirely. Hmm. Well, looked much better. What? This is the actual orange light, by the way. Wait, what if I use the orange light and we turn the filter off? Because I actually kind of like the orange light better. It looks so yellow though. It doesn't look like nice and orange. It looks really like green and yellow. Yeah. I feel like it's just a normal warm white. It's a tough situation. It's like, honestly, like, I'm white to the point where, like, people ask me if I'm fine or if I'm sick. My mum is asking me if I'm fine or if I'm sick. It's not cool. It's not cool. You're more pale than I am. Yeah, my condolences, honestly. This is just, I don't know. It's like really annoying. I do get that sunlight actually. But it's just like, I was like, this summer, I was in Egypt for a week. Okay? I don't tan. I burn, and then I get new skin, which is white again. Exactly. Exactly, never meow alone. This is me. So yeah, that's my life. Yup. I'm really white. My face is not even bad, by the way. Like, I feel like my face looks fine. My legs, though, really white. I don't know why. I don't have those white people problems. Lucky you. Or like, well, I don't know, like how much you don't have those white people problems. If it's to the point where you have not white people problems, not lucky you. But I guess you at least win in something, so that's evening the boards a tiny bit, maybe. We have a poem. All right. What is the poem gonna be? Like with Never Meows Alone poems, I start to understand the word sapphic. I still don't entirely know what it is, though. I know that it just sort of means like horny. Lesbian horny. You posted it already? Oh, wait. The ones with She Holds My Soul? That one? The two messages after each other? Yes. Okay. Let's go for it. Okay. If we do it right. Okay. She holds my soul in silken grace. The world dissolves within her gaze. Her touch ignites yet soothes the fire, a whisper born of deep desire. She bends the storm with gentle art and leaves her mark upon my heart. In her command, my fears depart. I fall yet rise within her heart. So beautiful. So. Was that part of the poem or prepping? That was part of the poem. That, like you need to do it right. I wasn't ready for the second line though. Like, I was like, because I didn't know what it said before, right? I just like read it. And I was like, okay, where are we going with this? Like, is this gonna be fine for a stream? I I was thankfully like we weren't going too far. Yeah. But yeah. Okay. I'm glad. I'm glad I can trust you with my voice. Okay, guys. Um I'm gonna ditch out of here. I have food and I definitely feel like taking a break, feel like standing up again, doing some stretches, not sitting anymore in front of the PC. I feel my butt being like flat as paper. And I don't know, just moving a little bit, doing healthy stuff. So I hope that's fine for y'all. So we would have the next stream on Thursday at 12 again, or whatever your time zone is. Um, and yes, at the moment I only stream Monday and Thursday, because we go quite long, and I still have therapy. So like on Wednesday, for example, I have therapy, and I also want to like, I don't know, I also want to learn further, so to sort of like help you guys better, and that takes time. So I don't know, like I actually, you know what? Let me show you the book I'm reading. So, because so this one I'm reading right now, it's like normal sort of like relationship psychology book, really interesting, blah blah blah. This one. This one is a university course book on psychology. This has, it's so heavy. Did you hear that? It has like 700 pages or something. Yeah, 700 plus the 116 pages of explaining words and saying where things come from and stuff like this. And explaining the science and the graphs and whatever used in that book. But yeah, this is like we're talking we're talking like school book. And like, do you see how thin the pages are, by the way? Like, these are like really flimsy. Like, this is, you need to watch out so bad that you don't actually like bend any of the pages, because like here the pages actually like they sort of like, you know, they stay in place, like they stay in shape, not with that other book. So yeah, I'm really trying to actually read that book, okay? So I'm gonna be able to like help everybody better here. But this is not like a sort of like, you know, I'm gonna like sleep in a half an hour, I'm just gonna read a little bit before type of book, okay? This is, I'm reading 2 pages, looking 3 things up, making notes, reading another 2 pages, taking a pause for 15 minutes to understand what I was just reading, type situation. Like, this is work type reading. Like, this takes effort to read. So, yeah. That's, yeah. So that's why we only have 2 sessions per week of Monday and Thursday, because the other time I need to get smarter, to help you guys better and like make like get better at this. Um, and then I need time to like decompress because this is like a lot, and I feel like I really want to help you guys the best possible, and it's definitely not really useful if I don't do this sustainably. Because if we go through a week like this and I don't like fully reset, and then I do just like another stream, another stream, another stream, I'm gonna be emotionally burned out after like, I don't know, like a month of this. And coming back from a burnout is way harder than not being burned out in the first place and just taking it slow. Um, what do I do with these books now? I'm just gonna take them to the couch later again. But yeah, so that's why we do 2 times a week. So yeah, that I can maintain a life and be healthy on my own to then be able to help you guys, because yeah, that's what, like, I don't know, that's also what doctors do, at least what we learn from what doctors should be doing, that they take care of themselves really well so that they're going to be able to take care of others really well. And I feel like if I'm not emotionally stable, I'm not going to be able to be a buffer here, because sometimes we have really hard conversations here and I want to be able like to be ready for those conversations. Like sometimes we have conversations here about suicide and suicidal ideations or really heavy depression or really heavy addiction. And I just want to be able to feel all of these emotions in that moment with that person. But yeah, we also know that being around depressed people, for example, is elevating your chances of getting depressed yourself. So, in order for me to keep and be able to do this like longer and not also get sort of like shittier, I need to properly rest and properly take care of my mental health for this to be stable. So, yeah. But I mean, first day is not too long. It's like we see each other in 3 days already. And maybe we see each other on the Discord before that, maybe like gaming a little bit or something. We'll see. Some weeks I have more time for pleasure like this than others. But yeah. So that's sort of like the context to why we have Monday and Thursday. Because I don't know, like I considered making the time just like less and be like, okay, like we on Monday we just do like 2 hours or something. And then we do it like 4 times a week, but like 4 times a week, only 2 hours each time. But I feel like I don't want to feel like I'm on a time limit. I want to feel like we have time for everybody to be heard. And I don't know. It would feel like so. I don't want to have like a stressful atmosphere in stream here and be like, oh, like we don't like only like half an hour more sort of type situation. Because I don't want to have anybody feel like, oh, like somebody else is talking right now, and if I want to be heard today, still I need to like sort of like force myself into the spotlight or something. I want that people are okay with waiting because they know there's going to be time for them afterwards. So, yeah. Enjoy your food and was pleasure meeting you. Sorry for being a little bit unhinged. It's part of me. That's really fine. I don't know. I didn't think there was anything wrong. Never meow alone. I'm glad you're here. And that's a grimoire. This, yeah. Yeah, that looks like a nicer version of my old psychology textbook. Um, I think it actually might be like this is really like the from the MIT, the official course book for psychology, for introduction to psychology. It's also the exact version, but there's multiple versions of this book. So this one is the sixth edition, but I think there's nine now. I don't know technically if it would have had been smarter to get the newest one, but I just thought like if they say of like introduction to psychology still that like I should get this book, then like they're gonna have like some type of reason, right? So I get this book. Also, I found this for like €6, even though like usually costs like $80 or something. So introduction, yeah, there's a lot about psychology. Like this is actually like not. Let's go through the. This has like water damage already, by the way. Like not for me, but it's a used book. Um. So let's go through the contents. So introduction, I read that part. Then part one, action, biological basis of behavior, motivation, learning. Part two, cognition, sensory processes, perception, memory, thought, and knowledge, language. Part three, social behavior, cognition and social behavior, biology, emotion, and social behavior. Part four, development, physical and cognitive development, social development. Part five, individual differences, intelligence, its nature and measurement, personality, psychopathology, treatment of psychopathology, and appendix, statistics, the description, organization, and interpretation of data. And here's a more detailed version of all the contents, which is already only the contents, and the more detailed version is Jesus Christ, what the fuck? This is like 10 pages or more. What was? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pages for only the like listing the contents. Yeah. So psychology is a very broad field. Yeah. The different versions will change like 3 to 4 paragraphs in the entire book. You probably don't miss much getting an old version. Okay. That's good to know. That's honestly like that's relieving. Cute grade free therapy session. I mean, at some point, like I sort of like hope to get to that quality, but just because like I mean, considering this is a stream, this is gonna never like this will never be like professional therapy or anything. But I just sort of hope with this stream that I'm able to fill the gap in our system because I feel like we have a gap between people having some type of resistance to actually get a therapist and also just not being able to get a therapist because of money, for example, because of the waiting list being like super long and stuff like this. So, yeah, I just sort of hope I can like bridge that gap and yeah, I don't know, like fix a few holes in our system where people fall through. It's like so funny to me actually how you say something so sweet now, and when I first started with this, I thought like this is like people are not going to even use this. Like this is so useless. Like who do I even think I am like doing this? Like nobody's going to be like, yeah, I'm just going to like tell my problems to a random person on the internet and like believe she has any type of knowledge on this. And I don't know. It's like really nice when you sort of like notice how like my world belief system sucked and I believed it sucked, right? So that's sort of like why I got like therapy and all of this type of stuff. But it's really nice to get sort of like that like sometimes you just need to have that like shoved in your face, sort of. And it's like really nice. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes you're just like, damn, like I really didn't think this would be possible. And now look at that. Haha. Like I did the right thing. Like I knew it was scary, but I told my anxiety to it's gonna be fine. Like people like if nobody's using that this is like fine too, right? And I did it anyway, and it turned out really nice. And now I have someone like Never Meow Alone in my stream, and she's telling me that I'm like so sweet. It must be protected. And I don't know. It feels really nice to be appreciated that way. So thank you a lot. Don't burden yourself with too much for feeling like you have to hold up a failing system. Yeah, I definitely like I do have that like big sister curse of being like wait, let me actually show you that song, that Disney song with every big sister knows that Disney song. Every person like me who thinks they need to save the world alone knows that Disney song and is absolutely bawling their eyes out over it. Um Let me find it. Give me a second. How's the movie even called, bro? I don't remember anything. God damn it. Um. mm. Yeah. I found it. I don't know which one is the better one. But like this one. I'm gonna make it a little bit louder. Wait, that's a little bit too loud, maybe. Rank what's demanded, but under surface, preserve circus, surface, circulus, Evelyn, yo, no, surface, ready show, surface, lower red, straw in the stack, breaks and comes back, break the comes back. On this question, what's every LGBTQIA? Thought it was LGBTQ. LGBTQ is a just like more exclusive term. Inclusive term, not exclusive term. No. Stop that, Raymond. You didn't hear anything. Okay, let me think. I is intersex and A is asexuals. So it's lesbians, gays, bisexuals, trans, queer, intersex, asexual. Mm-hmm. Surface. Yeah. Iceberg is another surface. Why change it when it already included everyone? Well, I don't know. Like it included everyone in like different weights, right? So like lesbians get like their own letter, like gays, bisexuals, trans, and then Q is like queers in general. Where I don't know, like it's it. I don't think anybody feels like excluded if you just say LGBTQ. I don't think anybody is gonna be like, oh, you like stupid fuck, whatever. So it's just sort of like how it evolves, Yeah, exactly. So like now like the like I think the newest term and sort of like the done deal term is like LGBTQIA plus. Um but yeah, it's like it's not that big of a deal. It's like some people came up with that because it's like including everybody more visually, I guess. Um but it's like I don't think anybody is like faulting you for like using just LGBTQ plus, you know? So some people include 2S as well. Okay, what is that actually? I haven't seen that version yet. Two-spirit. Oh, okay. To be honest, I'm quite conservative. Just wanted to know why the change. Yeah, it's just how it develops, right? Like the pride flag itself also like really developed. And in the beginning, it was only the rainbow, and then the like edge was included, and then now the like the yellow with the circle was also included. So it's just, I guess, like including more groups more visually, um, which can be like really nice for the people who are in specifically those groups, right? To feel like represented in that flag and be like, hey, like this is my part of the flag, for example. So, yeah. So it's not something where it's like a necessity to like move to the new to the like added version of uh, sorry, I'm trying to go get back the music we had before. Um we need to move to the new thing. Um but it's just yeah, it's just including more people, but it's not I don't think it's too deep for most people. I mean, it's more about not making boxes, right? So it's like some people say LGBTQ, some people say LGBTQ plus, some people say LGBTQIA. Yeah. But it all sort of like tries to represent the entire queer community, of course. What type of answer did you expect or fear? That emote is so cute. Oh yeah, sorry, GeForce. Wait. Could you wish me luck with my mental health process? Of course. Good luck. I think you're on the right way already. Like you're in this community, right? And sometimes it just takes time. But I think as long as you try to move into a better direction, you will. So, good luck. You're so cute. Thank you. No, I don't know. Just wanted to know what it meant. I'm not the most educated on that matter. Oh, it's really fine. Fine. Like, it's there's like so many new things in this world, right? Society develops, and it's also, I feel like being educated on other people's experience is definitely something which helps us, right? And it's definitely something where like politicians and like people who make choices for an entire community should be educated. But at the same time, it's something which is sometimes like not as easy, right? So, for example, like I don't know, like how it is to wear glasses. If you don't wear glasses, you will just never entirely know. Um, but if that one influencer is then making a video maybe about like, oh yeah, so annoying if you wear glasses, like if you have like a really like bad vision without glasses, right? Like just making like doing your makeup is like so hard, and like I actually like always do it like this and stuff like this, or like actually that you can't use that one even, you need to wait, how does it even work? Like I thankfully don't have that struggle, but like is it just that you do this and then like behind this, how does it even work? I don't even know, because you can't use, like my eyes are different, so I can't use the left lens, and with a lot of glasses actually up and down is different, so I can't just use it like this. But I guess using it like this is like maybe like good enough. Yeah, I think it's good enough actually for this one, so I could do it like this, I guess. But yeah, there's like so many small things actually about the life of others where we just don't know, right? So I feel it's really nice that we are now in an age where people share more and share more of their own experience. Because I think it's so essential to be able to support people and like be good friends to people. And the same is, for example, if I would have a friend which is like really like believing in God and like, for example, like you, like really conservative. And to like be a good friend to them and sort of like, okay, like, so if like God is like really important to you, like what does that mean specifically? Like, do I, like, I don't know, for example, like, is it bad to, or like not really nice to make like jokes where it's like, for example, like, oh Jesus Christ, like this, like, is that, for example, like an sort of like a thing where you feel weird about it and stuff like this. So it's like really nice that people just share more, that we're able to like be better friends to each other, I think, and then we're able to connect on a deeper level. We paid to see you properly, by the way. What do you mean? What? Just put the glasses on your reflection. Exactly. Do you also give hugs, or is that out of your comfort zone? Or could I give you a hug? Well, how do you mean that? Um, because I mean we're on stream. Like this is not like it's not really a possibility, right? Like I said, I'm quite conservative, but asking for questions and learning more about others' views are always enriching. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more. Like this, and then there's empty space. If you have glasses, you pay to see the people around you. True. Mm, okay, fair. I don't like, to me personally, that doesn't really like change anything. Um, it's, I don't know. It's maybe just because I'm like autistic. Like this is, I don't know. I'm like really logical about these sort of things. Like to me, this is like, yeah, it's a message, whatever. um, but uh, definitely feel hugged. Like things are gonna get better. Like even if it's hard on some days. And I hope you do have people around you you can hug and get hugs from. Hugs are really nice. You're welcome. You're hungry still? Then get some food. Do something good for yourself. Mm. Ah, yeah. I wanted to answer to don't burden yourself too much with feeling like you have to hold up for a failing system, because I only gave half the answer, right? Um, because I said like definitely like I come from a background where I have this like big sister approach, and where I felt like, oh no, I need to save the entire country, the entire world. And like, I don't know. Also, like, if you go through something like really hard, right? Like, usually there's like sort of some type of motivation of like to make other people not go through that same experience and like make it make it better for them. Um, it's sort of like usually comes from this motivation of like I didn't get the help I needed, right? And I wish somebody would have been there. And like now I'm like healing my inner child by being there for somebody else in that situation. Um I definitely do think that at that point I still projected a lot of things on other people though. And although like no person is perfect, right? I am glad that I didn't start this whole like mental health thing back then. Um, because I feel like I wouldn't have been able to like properly listen to people. Because I would have like just been too much in like the remembering of my own experience than in their experience right now. Um, so yeah, now I'm like I get that I'm not gonna be able to change the world alone. Um, and I don't think it's my job either. I don't think anybody can really change the world alone. Um, but I feel like we can all just help towards making the world a better place and just help each other, which in turn I think is going to make the world a better place. Because I do believe that most people have a good heart, and I do think that most, I don't know, that like people who hurt um, are going to hurt others. Like I really do believe that just hurt people, and that's sort of like is really basic, but I think that's, I don't know, in a lot of cases really true. I don't think bad people are just, I don't know, just monsters. I think we do need to recognize that most bad people are actually not sociopaths or psychopaths, but are actually humans like us, which have had a very, very different way. And by going through a very, very different life experience, have ended up in the criminal path. Um, and I feel like it's crime prevention to help people not fall through the system. Um, and I feel like even my life, it could have went very different if I didn't get support in some instances. So even though I feel like as an adult, this is like not an excuse for your bad behaviors, right? It's not something where like, oh, well, then like you're fine, all of that. But we do recognize that resocialization is not gonna happen if we don't treat the root cause of the issue. And I think we can treat the root cause of the issue before something happened. So this is sort of my approach to this whole thing, I think. And I also just really want people to like, I don't know, like there's a lot of people who don't really want to change and don't really see their mistakes, and you can't really help them. Like no amount of discussion is gonna like convince them to like change or anything. But there's a lot of people who do want to change and who do want to better life, and I feel like just helping those people can really change a lot as well. Because I think it's actually even worse when you want to change, but you don't see a way and you feel stuck and hopeless. Join the army. Why? You think mental health is really good in the army? Which country do you live in? And we're talking about any type of mental health things, actually. Sort of whatever bothers the person. You can change the world alone, maybe just not in a good way, but you can. Oof. Worst case with like 3 people and some construction vests. Well, there's definitely, yeah. For sure, lots of people are molded by the experiences they live through. Yeah. I think all of us are molded by the experience we live through. Just some in a more socially adjusted way, and some are less socially accepted. But yeah. I also want to take responsibilities for my mistakes. It gives me reason to push forward. I think it's really good. It's really underrated, actually, to take responsibility for your mistakes. Because I feel like it's so hard to believe that you're a bad human. It's so depressing to think that you're a bad person. And I feel like sometimes we normalize this. They're like, oh yeah, like bad people are like always happy and stuff like this. I think it's really fucking sad if people think they're a bad person or a bad friend or a bad human or whatever, and it's it's making life hard. And I feel like if we take responsibility for our mistakes, we give ourselves the option to leave that in the past and be like, have been in a bad, I have been a bad friend, but now I know how to be a good friend. And I'm maybe not always going to be a good friend, but I'm sort of like, it makes you be able to be at peace with your reality. Sadism is? No, actually, I don't. In a combat role, then no. But the army often gives individuals with not a clear view on what to do and how to occupy themselves a mission, something to strive towards. Then it depends on what nation, but a lot of them focus on individual progression and controlling your mental state. Hmm. Yeah, I definitely feel like it depends a lot of on the country. Um, and definitely on the role. Like combat role, tough. Even with like I had a person who I met on like a vacation trip in a vacation trip in Egypt actually, and he was a mechanic in the military, and we went once in that vacation. We went outside of the hotel and went to a marketplace, to like the old market it was called, and the entire time he felt really stressed and really uneasy because he had been in the field, and even though he was only mechanic, he was going to the front lines to repair the vehicles. And it's yeah, like it's still like even that had influence. And even when he knew like the people here, they're like he's safe, and like the people here are not the same people like in as in Iraq or something. At the same time, he was just hearing that language sounding close to the language in Iraq, just seeing these people looking close to those people was triggering for him, and like setting him in that stressful state. Um, and I don't know, like that really made me feel like, damn, like, I don't know. This is like really, really hard and really influencing. Zionism, explaining the word for discrimination and oppression against a mental trait or condition a person has. Explaining the word for discrimination and oppression against a mental trait or condition a person has. Give me an example. Both Iraq and Egypt speak the same language. It's just different dialect. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel like I've gotten like the general concept of it, but like there's a lot of words like close to this, so I don't know. If you have like a very specific example, that would help a lot. Yeah, I'm stressed all the time, even now, but I've learned to handle it, so it doesn't affect me much. But then it's very individual. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like if you're stressed all the time, did you really handle it? Because you can do a lot, you know? And like I'm not sure. It's not like it's not judgment that I meant to portray, but it's just let's think about this. Like how like is there people who do a lot but aren't stressed? Like there's definitely positive stress. But I feel like positive stress we usually don't really name with stress, like with that word. So it's sort of like I don't know, like I definitely do get that joining the military can give a lot of guidance what to do with yourself. But at the same time, it's putting you in a very specific role, right? It's putting very specific expectations on yourself, which is, I don't know if that's really helping you to fulfill your own expectations. It's just sort of like because you're unsure about your own goal, picking the goal of somebody else, no? Or like I haven't been in the military. Like I think military service to a certain degree, I actually like talked about this recently, um, can be really beneficial for protesting, I think. Because using the example of I think it was South Korea, right? Um, it's like they tried, like the politicians tried to put like make a coup and take over the nation. Um, and the people there were able to oppose this because essentially every person there has been in the military. And they knew, like, they felt empowered and strong enough and courageous enough and confident enough to stand in the way of military and be like, no, like we're not gonna let this happen. We oppose you. Even though you have all your like stuff on and whatever, like we're gonna stand in your way. And I think that is something really powerful where I feel like because in Europe we don't have that, I think it's way scarier to actually protest and like oppose the military or the police because you didn't get that like fighting training, that training how to, yeah, I guess like survive these situations, you know? But yeah, I don't think it should be that you go to war. Like, I think military service can be beneficial in terms of like the like that it offers like physical training, it offers a bit of guidance, it teaches you a lot of skills on how to be independent. I don't think it makes sense to like put them in like any type of like war scenario. Like that's insane. Also, like most of the wars are not like really like fighting for like our safety, actually, but it's more fighting for like money of somebody else. Nice, G-Force, thank you. I think 18-year-olds should vote. I actually feel like even maybe 16-year-olds should vote. Unpopular opinion, but 16-year-olds are also part of our community. Um, and I feel like if we are making divisions here based on how good a person is able to sort of understand the vote they do, um, then we should make an intelligent, like a check for it, which is sort of like not like a just an intelligence check, but sort of like a check on like if they know the program of all the parties, and those things. So I don't feel like we should just place it on age. I feel like we should place it on understanding then, if it's about understanding. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Raven. Yeah. Um, Satanism, mentalism, or psychophobia refers to the discrimination or repression of people based on actual or perceived mental disorder or cognitive impairment. Discrimination and repression are based on numerous factors such as stereotypes about neurodiversity. Satanism impacts individuals with autism, blah blah blah, whatever. Okay. Intellectual disability and other cognitive impairments, Satanism may cause harm through a combination of social inequalities, insults, indignities, and overt discrimination. The down of human rights, Satanism does not only describe how individuals are treated by the general public, the concept also encapsulates how individuals are treated by the mental health professionals, the legal system, and other institutions. So it's ableism with mental health problems, right? I really wanted to end the stream and wanted to go to the toilet afterwards, but now we didn't do that. And no. Zach, wait! I need to go! Please, I need to go! No, please. But exactly, I need to go to the toilet right now. I was waiting already way too long and I'm getting to a point where I can't hold it anymore. I should have gone back then already, but I didn't, so give me a second. Better. Ah, thank you for the follow. I'm not against it or the fact of being an understatement matter. How do I say this without belittling them? They stand between worlds, tasting freedom yet not knowing its weight. Their hearts race ahead of wisdom, and their choices are written in soft ink, not stone. They are learning what life means and how cruel or kind it can be. Still children dressed in adult skin, trying to understand the map of the world per se. Um, I understand what you mean. At the same time, time is not what shapes understanding of the world. Like, we have 80-year-olds being absolutely socially inadjusted and clueless. We have 60-year-olds being absolutely socially inadjusted and clueless. We have 40-year-olds doing that, 30-year-olds, 20-year-olds. While the chance is higher the more time they spend, because they just do like more skill checks. The chance is also higher to be viciously ignorant. With kids, and they are still young. They do still not maybe know how our society properly works. They are still part of our society, though. And we need to shape a society where our kids are also good in and feel safe and happy with. And I don't think, considering our track record in terms of like childhood trauma and stuff like this, that we as parents always know better. I'm not even sure we as adults know better than children, considering children learn incredibly fast, are really empathetic sometimes, actually, understand social situations really quick, to the point that we have children denying their own needs and fulfilling expectations of the parent that were never like articulated. Which definitely makes them easy to manipulate, that's true. But at the same time, they're really close to their emotions, which might be wisdom that is lost on us. So I don't feel like because a person knows less, they have less right to vote in our society. Because I feel like determining what's right and wrong is a subjective matter. Like, we can't really objectively know. Even if we do studies, it's actually hard to point like a very clear picture. That's why I don't know, I think either we should let everybody vote, or we should make like an understanding test to it and attach that. Because I do understand the like I feel like the understanding test should not be like how smart you are or something, but it should be if you are aware of the program of all of the parties. I think that's essentially it. Like, I feel like you should have read the official program of all of the parties. And maybe have like some I don't know if you can even attach like a fake news test to this, because even what fake news are and what are no, I did that already.
Oh, another water.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Okay. Mm. So yeah, I just think like honestly, just having them like make a test, like actually like have to read through all of the party like positions, and then having them make a test where they need to sort of like, I don't know, like basically like show that they actually read them. Um, I think that would be good, just so that everybody is aware of what they are voting for, right? I think that's fair. I don't think this has like necessarily to do with like intelligence or anything. Yeah. I honestly I agree with you, Raven. I think there doesn't really need to be an age limit. If they're able to understand and like have read all of these positions and like go through that test of like and showing that they understood what that means, sort of. I feel like that's good. I feel like there can, I guess, be like an age minimum of like, I don't know, like 10 years old or something. But I feel like if we, like, I don't know, like a gifted person with 18 can be like way smarter and more reflected than a 40-year-old who was really deep into dark web and stuff like this, you know? Like there's edge cases, and right now we don't treat those edge cases, which is also part of like including everybody in society, right? Multiple reasons, but on hand, one, the human brain isn't developed until around 25. The human brain can still change afterwards. Traumatic experience changed the human brain. They're just living life is changing the human brain. A lot of sicknesses change the human brain. Mental health, depression is changing the human brain. Chronic stress can change. Like, there's a lot of things which can change the human brain, which to me doesn't make this like a really valid point. And at the same time, we also want to include people with a not fully developed brain in our politics, right? Like they are part of our society, no? So they should have a voice in our society as well. Younger people are often more radical or even extremist in their early teenage years. Um, um, is that true? Do we have statistics on that? Mm. Mm. It's really hard to find data on this quick. This paper is like 32 sides long. Mm. Jesus Christ. God damn. Number of lone actor terrorism plots planned, attempted, or carried out in 30 European countries between January 1, 2000 and December 31, 2014. And Great Britain has 38 total. And then France, 11. And then Germany, 5. Like, 38, bro? What? What's going on in Great Britain? And most of them were religiously inspired. 36 out of 98 were religiously inspired. Oh, no, no, no. Wait. Ah, no, I'm right. Sorry. Religiously inspired, 36 plots out of 98 plots. Right wing, 31 plots out of 98 plots. Other 21 plots out of 98 plots. Then 5 single issue plots out of 98 ones. Then left wing and anarchist plots, 3 out of 98. Ethno national and separatist, 2 out of 98. Mm. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Personal variables, personal characteristics. Um, So the average age of 120 perpetrators was found to be 29.7 years old at the time of attack or arrest, with the youngest perpetrator being 15 and the oldest 74. Bro, what the hell? The standard deviation was 9.9, indicating a large variance between the different perpetrators. Age was also contrasted with ideology, the results of which are shown in Table 5. Um, uh, okay. Age groups. Religiously inspired, below 25, 47%, actually. So not half of them, but nearly half of the perpetrators of the religiously inspired attacks were below 25, but still more were above 25. Right wing, it was only 24% below 25, and actually 47% above 40. Other were 29% below 25, and the rest above. Uh, and the rest above. Hmm? How do they do the? That doesn't make any sense. Let me check that real quick. So this is 16, and this is 7. This is 106%, the first row. How do they do the percentages? This is odd. Okay, guys, we're not gonna get to the bottom of this that way. I'm sorry. um. I'm gonna read the whole chat, okay? And then um children learning how to tie their shoes shouldn't have an input in matters of e.g. national security, since most areas are too complex for children to understand. I think it should be where it is, but otherwise higher. I don't know. I don't agree. Because like I see your point. But I feel like if we like the reasons we say here are essentially all based upon the assumption that we don't trust them to properly understand their impact of their vote in that moment. Where I feel like that's fine. But that's why we sort of came to the point, okay, if it is about understanding and our concern is about understanding, then our more logical approach actually, which is maybe like not easier. So we're not saying like this is something like, I don't know, like the age limit should just be abolished just like that, and like our system would be a better system in reality. But in terms of like theoretical solutions, the understanding test would make more sense then, right? Because if it's really based on understanding, we like, I don't know, there can be like a really, really smart 16-year-old who's like super focused about politics and this type of stuff. And there can be a basically like half senile 90-year-old who's still allowed to vote. And that doesn't make sense. So that's sort of like what we're saying is that just if it's understanding, we sort of like we're concerned about, an understanding test would be the logical approach. But right now we use this like really simplified approach of just putting an age limit onto it. And I just feel like that, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if that's really better for our country. Um, Personally, I would say 21 is a good threshold. By then, most have faced real responsibilities, lived beyond school, and formed views shaped by experience. I don't know. I feel like if we want to do it right, age is a really bad indicator. It's an easy indicator. So it's maybe like the easiest good one we have, like the best, easiest one we have, but I think it's not a good one. Well, apparently they are actually vulnerable to religious ideas and not to, for example, right wing extremist ideas. Apparently, like the study basically like the statistics in the study told us that the the most um, like the attacks of right wing people were mostly actually committed by people who are over 40. Um, and that the most young attacks were actually done by people who are, who are below 25. So apparently, we should actually look into something else, which is really interesting because in some Asian country, and I sadly, forgive me guys, I don't know which one anymore, but they have been talking or actually decided already. I'm not sure yet, that you're not allowed to force your child to any type of religion. Like you can't force it to go to church, any type of church, um, and or be part of any type of like religious community, like a cult or whatever. Um, and that if you do so, your child is actually like can be taken away from you. And I think, considering we know that uh, the most attacks committed by young people are because of religious ideologies, that actually seems like a really, I don't know, fruitful idea maybe. Radicalization has a different meaning for different people too. Some people say it's radical for trans people to exist. After these results in Germany youth elections. Let's look at those results in a second. Using German study. But then every sentence is a topic of discussion. We can't talk about the youth's activity in gang violence if that's more comfortable. Even if youth have more radical views, why should they not have a voice in their government? That's a big jump. The ADHD rabbit hole. Yeah, sorry. Do you use Spotify for music? Yes, I do. Gotta head off to work on a new song. Hope you have a lovely rest of your week. Thank you very much. I wanna look up the age, I don't know, vote results. I don't know how to find those statistics, but give me those statistics, please. So the right upper part of Germany is apparently like way worse in terms of AfD. Um, blah blah blah. Ah, election results by age. Um, okay. So we have above 70. Um, voted most CDU CSU, which is has been the middle party. Um, and then second is SPD, and third is AfD. So like more like middle parties, and then third most is actually right wing party. 60-69 is 19% actually AfD already. And 33% CDU. So like essentially like the voters from like CDU switch to AfD instead. And that gets more. So 45 to 59 is 21% AfD. Or 35 to 44 is 26% actually. So actually the AfD was most voted by 35 to 44-year-olds. And yeah, actually the like 18 to 24 is the so like there were the AfD, the right wing party of Germany, was most voted by 35 to 44-year-olds. Second most voted by 25 to 34-year-olds. And then the third place of being most voted is the same amount between the young voters between 18 and 24 and 45 and 59-year-olds. So like on the same level. So yeah, it's actually not true that the most young people have voted that like young people have voted the AfD the most. And the gender gap is also interesting. So men, for example, have 24%, like 24% of men have voted the AfD, while women have only voted the AfD for 17%. So the two biggest parties for men have been the AfD and CDU, which is the middle, but now sort of also like touching right wing party. And like recently really problematic. And with women, it's actually not even AfD. It's like SPD and CDU, which are the most voted parties. And then AfD is coming, and then actually already the Green Party. You found the same page? I'm on dv.com, so I'm not sure. But yeah, so actually now we find out not true. Maybe I can find how they improved in the age groups. Bye. Hmm. Just found an interesting article saying something about um yeah, actually, the left party was the most voted party of 18 between 18 and 24-year olds. The left-wing party was the most voted party. Not any age group has voted the left party as much as 18 till 24-year olds in Germany. So yeah, I don't know. Like the youth is being like wrongfully accused here. I feel like. Yeah. It's saying connecting to chat. Okay, now I'm back. Apparently, I don't know if that made my stream go away or something. Apparently not. Um, but yeah, we need to share that to like Omfa. Are you still here? You need to know. This was wrongfully portrayed by media because I've also seen statistics about this, but I think it's only actually about where they gained the most voters, that statistic, and not who actually voted them the most, which was like going around sort of um yeah, go for it. Like I don't know if it's gonna be like the link is gonna get removed, but I'm just gonna post it. No, we're just reposting it. I asked this before, but I forgot the answer. Do you also do peer support in your Discord? Um, like the answer I gave was they're like yes if it's being used. Um, so it's sort of like why. Sorry, I had like a weird pop up from the link. Um, I have this like mental health channel in my Discord where sort of just like everybody can share if I'm like not live what bothers them, and there's probably gonna be like people answering. Um, I can't like guarantee that I'm gonna answer just because like if I don't stream, I'm like not on my phone the entire time, right? Or do you mean like in a call on Discord? In sort of like a private call in Discord? I I'm not actually. I actually didn't have that link. I just had this like German election results explained in graphics. That was the link I had. That was it. So just like in a chat, basically. So yeah, so we have the like mental health chat where like everybody can share anything, like ask for advice, ask for emotional support. I do have to say though, because I'm like not there like actively in that moment, right? It's more important to say what you want from other people because there's probably going to be other people answering before I'm answering. And I maybe won't be there to moderate the chat if necessary. So it really helps to just say what you need in that moment from other people. That you, for example, you don't need advice, you have like figured out how you're gonna go about this, but you just need some emotional support, or you just need to rant, or that you do need advice and look for advice, or that you look for some like words of affirmation and stuff like this. But I feel like if you like articulate like what you need, and then sort of like get into the topic, there's gonna be like, yeah, that's my Discord. There's gonna be probably like I expect like really nice answers to this. Um, but yeah, so it's a public Discord. There can always be trolls. There can always be people who um, yeah, didn't like fully get what you need in this moment, and because it's just like via chat, it can of course like always lead to misunderstandings. So always be aware of boundaries and set clear boundaries, communicate these boundaries very clear with the other person, and then it should like always be a success. um yeah, the mental health section is actually like there's like this onboarding thing where you have to like go through these questions, right? Um, and if you haven't clicked it there, then you don't have it. But you can just go onto the button in the top left where it says like channels and roles. Like it's for me, it's between events and members and like server boosts. I don't know if you like all have those. But there's a button with like channels and roles where you can look at all the channels and all the different roles, um, and can give you, for example, like different colors for your name. You can change what notification channels you want. You can change what game roles you want to be pinged for. And you can change what groups you would like to join. And in that group section is the mental health safe space channel about mental health group, where you can like just turn that on, and then that channel appears. So you can also change your pronoun role, and I apparently have that twice. I'm not sure why, um, but I have that twice. Interesting. Yeah, so I need to look over that real quick. Yeah, the Spotify playlist. Let me do that actually right now. Whoops. Does that work? No. Okay. Let me do that again. I wanted to do this like embedded playlist thing. Anyways. And now I have the mental health edit. Perfect. It's also like just a channel where I put like useful videos in. I've been like watching. I put the link in from the Open Dialogue one, for example. Yeah, so that's sort of the gist of that channel. Yeah. But yeah, my community is not quite big enough at the moment that like many people use that mental health channel. So don't be afraid to just be the first one to go in there and like state your feelings or like ask for help and support. Like I don't know, like we're gonna get more and more, and I hope it's gonna be used more and more. But yeah, like someone always needs to start. So don't feel discouraged, but rather see it as the opportunity that you can be the one to start it. I'm gonna look into that. Party polls, blah blah blah. Yeah, okay. What? We already had like higher votes for them actually in October 2023. I didn't even know. Oh my god. If that like one picture is right, then crazy. Oh, but where's the actual? Is it just the far right Hanover Germans party won in high schools? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. It's not showing the actual graph, sadly. I would love it would also show the actual graph. Hi, Technoblade. Welcome, welcome. We're actually about to go offline. I'm really sorry. I wanted to go offline since an hour, but we were so I don't know. We just got into the next topic right away, and then yeah, we lost ourselves in the conversation. It doesn't show what the image is though. Yeah, like let me actually let me share the link I have. Well, actually, I can maybe I can share a link to the picture I was referring to about the election results. Let me check. No, no, no. Okay. Anyways, then can I really not? Oh, okay, that's fine. So this is the one I had, and like all the way down is the graph I was talking about. So yeah. But how are you doing, Technoblade? This is, by the way, an English stream. Like, I hope you knew what you're signing up for here. That's the first one I had. Okay, amazing. I would really love like Omphwa actually seeing that graph because I feel like it can. I don't know. It's always good to know reality, right? Like only then we can actually form a good opinion of about like whatever for ourselves. So but yeah. So Technoblade, how are you doing? Or like are you not ready for the English stream? Did you think we're German here? Like I do have to say like we have a lot of Germans here, to be fair, because I have been streaming in German back then. But now all our streams are English actually. So I hope that's fine. But yeah. If that's it, I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go offline now. Because I have been live for 7 hours and 19 minutes at this point, and my throat is starting to hurt, and I need food. Like, seriously, I'm so freaking hungry. I'm gonna eat like that amount. Because I have been eating cereal and that was it. That was my breakfast, and since then I haven't been eating anything because we were streaming the entire time, right? So, what we do now together is sort of like our ritual to say goodbye. Because we all sort of like probably have been sitting for quite a while, right? is that we're gonna make some stretches, okay? So please take part in this. If you have been sitting for a while, if you of course like only now like sort of like came to the stream and feel like nah, it's like I was walking around the entire time. That's of course good for you. Um yeah. I saw the thumbnail of that and was like, damn. Crazy. Um all right. So, we just sit in the front of our chairs. And we're just gonna start actually with some big breaths. Just really like stretching yourself. Sort of like shaking yourself a little bit, moving where your body feels like moving. And you feel like, oh, that part has had no blood circulation whatsoever at all. So now I will make it move and help it move a little bit. And then we could take another breath. Make yourself really long. Move the neck a little bit. Neck can get really stiff, really tensed up as well. Especially if you have headache from sitting at the PC for too long. It's like you do like this, like touch your ear. You just let your hand sit there. You don't pull, okay? This is your neck. We're gentle. We're gentle. But you just let your hand rest there. And the weight of your hand should essentially already be enough to give it a little stretch. And you can move your head to the front and like put that hand over your head like this. Like if you would have a ponytail, it would end where the ponytail starts, like a high ponytail. So, and you should feel the stretch like right here. And that's actually the muscle which is uh which how you say this? Which is at fault for a lot of headache. And we're just gonna do the whole round. So now we put our head to the front. And we just slightly push down while keeping our back straight. And then we make our back round. And like really go into this round shape. Then we come back up. And we lay our head to the other side and put our head here. With everything with stretching, if it actually hurts, it's too much. Don't do that. This is not supposed to be torture. This is supposed like you can feel like stretching is somewhat hurtful, but it's more of like a releasing pain where you notice like, oh, this has been stiff way too long actually. It's shouldn't feel like my head is ripping off or my skin is ripping apart, okay? If it hurts like that, it probably actually hurts you. So that's not what we do, okay? Okay. This is also do it at work, honestly. Like, be healthy. Not be like not healthy just because you're at work. Like, you're already working, you know? Like, they can be grateful. Like, I don't know. People are way too stuck up. Like, use your free will for something good. Break the fourth wall in real life. Do it for the plot. If everybody would do what really like is good for themselves, we would move way more silly. We would have people in the middle of the talk being like, you know what? I just need to lay down on the ground for a second. Just let me stare at the ceiling for half a minute, then I'm back. You know? They can be great full rips watching a healthy stream. Exactly. Like, you know? This is a mental health stream. Like, they profit off of you being healthy. And you can be more, you know, efficient, productive if you're healthy. I lie down on the floor at home where I know it's clean. Yeah, fair. At work, I wouldn't lay down on the floor as well. Actually, when I know I have to, like, you know, shower anyways, and it's not like disgusting, that's fine. We can, like, shake our arms. Hi, Zanato Armstrong. How are you doing? We're going offline, by the way. Oh, shake your legs, just shake them out, shake your hands and arms. Oh. Just pump some some blood, I mean, into that body. Oh. Da da da. Woo! Pumping body. Oh. Doing the hokey pokey, by the way, exactly. And doing some more stretches. Oh, how cute! I hear you jumping, Zach. Zach is taking part in it, guys. Do it too. Be a part of the group. Exactly. We're using peer pressure for good measures. But this is really like our body is not meant to sit around like this the entire day. We're meant to walk and like do stuff. Find berries, murder animals. What about atmospheric pressure? Well, if that helps you to do the healthy thing, use that. Any pressure you need. But the healthy thing is doing it out of no pressure, of course. All right. Okay. I think I have moved my body in a lot of ways it hasn't moved the entire day. So, like, there's blood circulation and a lot of energy now. And now, what I'm gonna do to ground myself in sort of like just get to a point where I can take care of my body because I feel my body and I feel the needs of my body. I'm just gonna do some deep breaths also to just sort of like calm down, unwind, process all the emotions, everything which I heard today, everything we talked about, to sort of be able to like leave in like a good way. So we're just gonna Breathe in. And the last thing we're gonna do is do some belly breathing. So, using the diaphragm, which is something we don't usually do. So, for a lot of people, this type of breathing can actually be really hard and feel like there's not enough air. So, you put your hand on your belly and you try to breathe into your belly. Like, don't like just pop out the like chest and breathe air, but actually breathe deep into your belly and sort of like see if it moves. All right. We always use the diaphragm for breathing. That is the main breathing muscle in the body. Well, to a certain point, sure. But what we do on a normal basis is breathe really shallow. We rarely actually, on a like normal basis, do like these deep breaths and use our entire lung volume. So it can be really exhausting and like weird and kind of like that you're not really able to do it. If you like really want to, I don't know, like use the lower part of your your lung as well. Um, but yeah, this is a regular exercise for just like stress management. Diaphragmatic breathing. I don't know how you properly pronounce it, but yeah, there's like a there's probably hundreds of YouTube videos on this. And probably all those people do it better than me. But yeah, it's definitely just sort of like use this as like an invite to focus on your breathing, take deep breaths, and really use your diaphragm to like the full extent, sort of, instead of just breathing like shallow up here. Yeah. But I mean, of course, we use it the entire time. So, um, yeah. So that was the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, we're just gonna see each other on Thursday again. And I hope everybody is gonna feel good. Also, definitely like drink something, pop your window open maybe to get some fresh air. Maybe take a small walk or something. Make yourself something nice to eat. Don't forget to eat. And yeah, just try to cooperate with your body a little bit and be healthy. And then we're gonna see each other again on Thursday. And yeah, at 12. So this is the plan. Like, I really hope this was fine. Like, I really hope you're fine hiking, Beer, because you just really sadly came in at the last minute, sort of. Or, well, I don't know if you have been lurking before. But yeah, so we're just finishing up the stream now. I hope you had a good day or a good weekend. And if not, I hope I can be there for you on Thursday. And exactly. So, see you guys. Have fun, everybody. Stay healthy. And yeah, goodbye, everybody. Sleep tight. Good evening. Yes. You too, Raven. It was really a pleasure to get to know you all today. We had so much good conversation. I really, really enjoyed the stream. And thank you all for being here. Thank you all for taking part in these conversations and for being vulnerable. And I can't wait to talk more with you guys. So, see you guys on Thursday. Bye. Oh, wait, actually, let me see if I can find the resource I had of the Jesus Christ, how you write that? So, blah blah blah. But yeah, I just wanted to share actually. Well, I guess just sharing the study is not really helping. Yeah, it's also. Oh, I didn't even know. Actually, belly breathing is apparently also a known term for this. I thought I just sort of like made that up to dodge diaphragmatic breathing. um, but yeah, exactly. So the benefits of diaphragmatic breathing are helping you relax, improving muscle function during exercises and preventing strain, increasing how much oxygen is in your blood, making it easier for your body to release gas waste from your lungs, reducing blood pressure, reducing heart rate. And it's helping specifically against anxiety, asthma, COPD, and stress. Oh, they do it very differently though. Ah, okay, there's different ones. I already thought like, what did I do? Because there's a lying down one version actually. Yeah, exactly. So that's what we did. So I don't know. I was really like, no, I don't know. I was just sort of like, I really wanted to check myself um, if I had like proper resources backing this. Because I couldn't remember the resources quite well anymore. I just know that I learned this as like for stress management, it's good. But I didn't know like from, I don't know if there was like an official study or something supporting this. But this is actually like clevelandclinic.org, which is having this article, and there was also a study. And so we actually like did it right. Like we didn't just like do like normal breathing or something. You sit comfortably, knees bent, shoulders, head, neck relaxed, like everything, like just like we did. You place one hand, like they also place one hand on the upper chest and one hand just below the rib cage. So yeah, we just put the like hand on the belly. Um, and then you breathe in slowly through your nose, and then you like feel your like stomach moving out. Um, and the hand on your chest should remain the same. So that's what we did, like trying to like move like the belly sort of. And oh, actually, okay, we didn't like quite do it right. So apparently, how they do it when they breathe out, they don't just like. Oh no. Well, actually, that's okay, but I didn't say that, so you might have done it wrong. Um, but yeah, you exhale through pursed lips. So, or yeah, just normal exhale, but like, yeah. Um, but yeah, like you're not supposed to do anything with your chest. So that's what I mentioned. I will sort of describe it a little bit more detailed next time. Mm. Okay, they do it for 5 to 10 minutes. Like who go like I don't have time for that right now. But so there's also lying down version, and this is specifically what I learned for like stress management. So yeah, and yeah, it helps with anxiety, stress, asthma, apparently as well. I didn't even know. Um, but yeah, so it's not normal breathing. Okay, just because we use our diaphragm for normal breathing, diaphragmatic breathing is a different exercise. Um, so yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go offline now. We're gonna see each other on Thursday. Actually, let me show you my other earrings I got. Mm-hmm. Bye for real this time. So peace out, everybody. Remember to join the Discord. There's also a YouTube channel, TikTok, Instagram. There's a lot of things, a lot of platforms, and I try to be active, but I don't know, whatever. Those are cool though. I know, right? It's like I really like these as well. It's like D20. I love it. So hard to get them in though. Oh my god, my earring holes are really shitty. But anyways, so welcome everybody, and see you guys next time. Bye.